Morning and welcome to the AILab NHSX meeting. My name's Freddie. I'm part of the AILab team, and we're really excited to be presenting a fantastic agenda and an amazing speaker lineup to you today. The team at AILab have asked if I could just go through a couple of housekeeping points. So we'll do that first. So a couple of things to bear in mind: all of the sessions that are going to be taking place today will be here on the main stage where you are right now. We really encourage everybody to use the chat function, which is just to the right of the screen. Please feel free, submit your questions and your comments, and the speakers, the moderators and the team will endeavour to answer as many of them as we can. It's such a critical part of these virtual events are the attendees, and we really kind of encourage you guys to get involved and get those questions on there, so please do. We also have an essential download section on the site as well, which you'll be able to find on one of the tabs. Throughout the day, we will be posting links, papers, PDFs up on there. And if anybody that's watching has any useful kind of material or literature that they'd like us to share, then feel free just to drop that into the chat, and we'll make sure we put it up there for you. Finally, if you do have any technical challenges during the course of the day, my good colleague Andrew can help out. The best thing to do is just to drop him an email. His email address is aj@ai-med.io, and Andrew will hopefully be able to fix any problems that you might have. So to the event. To kick us off, we've got a welcome address from Secretary of State. Then we will start an update on progress of the NHS AILab. We're then going to hear from some of the winners of round one of the AI in Health and Care Awards, and learn a bit more about their plans to use the funding to test and scale their technologies. This will be then followed by an advice session on how to improve your chances of being selected for the next round. And then we'll get to hear from some of the regulators who are going to showcase the new multi-agency advice service. Finally, we'll move into a conversation around the buyer's guide to AI in health and care, and hear about some of the work on the national COVID-19 chest imaging database and how to enable data-driven technologies for underserved communities. Closing out the day, we've got the NHSX's CEO, Matthew Gould. So here at AILab, as you may not be aware, we pride ourselves on being the only clinician-led movement dedicated to artificial intelligence in health and care. And this meeting is very much in the ethos of what we're about. It's about connecting clinicians and also connecting industry to clinicians, as well as healthcare executives, to inspire and drive forward the deployment of artificial intelligence in health and care. Today's meeting is obviously the starting point, and we hope that this sparks engagement and discussion. But if you then want to continue that and kind of maintain some of those connections and continue those conversations, AILab has launched a platform which is called AILab Connect. You can find that on the App Store. It's just AILab. You can download that, and if you're a practicing clinician, you can subscribe to that completely free. Within the AILab Connect platform, it offers you a great opportunity to continue to connect with other clinicians. You can also join subspeciality groups, as well as participate in discussions with industry about product development, and hear about some of the new things that are happening. So I will stop speaking now, and it gives me great pleasure to hand over to the Secretary of State, Matt Hancock.
Welcome to this NHS AI Labs event. It's such an important agenda that everybody here is participating in. Just over a year ago, we set up the NHS AI Lab, and its purpose is to drive forward the high quality use of data, and in particular to engage with all those inside and outside the NHS who want to bring new AI technology to bear on saving lives and improving lives. And over the last year, we've seen an extraordinary time in our NHS. And for the awful downsides of coronavirus, the development in the use of technology has been one of the big advances, both in terms of improving the regulations and the way the NHS treats its data through the copy notice and allowing the use of data to find results. That's improved no end, and we're of course going to make the better access, secure access, but high quality access, we're going to make that caliber of access permanent. And also the attention that's been brought to the opportunities of health tech, both at one end, very, very patient facing, the improvements in telemedicine, dramatic rise, now around 50% of GP appointments are done by telemedicine, massive approval from both the patients and the clinicians in the benefits of the use of telemedicine, which if you're watching this, you probably already knew was the case, but that has gone mainstream. All the way through to the use of data to understand the epidemic. After all, epidemiology is essentially a data science, and we've published far, far more data as the crisis has evolved and as we've improved those data techniques. And then at the scientific end, making sure that we support the ecosystem to build on the insights that are available, because in the NHS we have this enormously rich data source, the combination of the clinical data, the genomic data where that's available, and the ability across a whole population to be able to look through for insights. I'm absolutely convinced that there's much, much, much further we can go with this agenda. We can improve the high quality access to data for improving lives. We can support more the research objectives, and we can have better integration between the NHS and the many, many entrepreneurs who can spot opportunities to improve and save lives. That, after all, is the mission on which we are all embarked. And I thank you for being a big part of it. And I tell you once again, right from the Secretary of State throughout the system, this is an agenda on the move.
Great. Well, welcome everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Indra. I'm the Director of AI here at NHSX, and I'm joined by my colleague, Simon.
Hello. Thank you, Indra. Welcome all.
So today we just wanted to give you, in this welcome bit, a really, really high level and very quick overview, because you're actually going to hear from all of the experts in the field a bit later on during the day on the different programs that we're doing. So I hope everybody can see my screen and hear me nice and clearly. And I'll just get cracking and go a brief overview of what we've been doing over the last year, and then hand over to Simon to give you a bit of a bigger picture of AI across the health, the landscape, but also to talk a bit more about the data strategies. I'm sure everybody's quite keen to hear. So here we go. So our motto in the lab has always been that this is about accelerating the safe adoption. Quite often people talk about, well, what is AI? What's it going to do? We know that we've seen a lot of good technologies come out. And what we want to be focusing on now is how do we actually ensure that those technologies, as they're developed, they become safe, they're ethical, and we help the system deploy them into the front line. So here is an overview of the different programs that we've got in the AI Lab. All of these slides will be available, but also if people are keen to hear a bit more and read a bit more about each program as the day progresses, do take a look at our website. It's www.nhsx.nhs.uk/AI-lab. And you can read a lot more on the website there. So the key, as we set up the lab, what we discovered was actually there's a number of different areas. It's not just about the technology. It's also making sure that we get the rules right, that we ensure that the system understands how to deploy it, but also that when we've got sets of data, that what is it that we want to do with those? How can we help solve some of the problems internally within the organization, as well as on the front line? And so here you've got an overview of the 6 key programs that we have in the lab, and within each program are more programs, of which we'll hear a bit more about later. So the one that has received a little bit of attention over the past few weeks, we had an announcement a few weeks ago, some of you might have heard, but also we've got some wonderful colleagues coming to talk a bit later on this show on what happened, was the AI in Health and Care Award. And the idea with this program is to make sure we act as a system to ensure that the technology out there is both right for us in the health and care system, but also right for those on the front line. So it's split into 4 phases. Phases 1 to 3 are very much about the early stage and the development of technologies. And phase 4 is very much around those products and systems that have either got market authorization or that are already deployed in different areas. And how do we, the NHS, start scaling those up? So we were really delighted back in January with all the applications. We had over 500. And out of all of those, we've selected 42 to go through for this round. And we're looking to open the next round later in this year. And you'll hear a bit more about those technologies through the next session. The second thing I wanted to talk about that the AI Lab is doing, and again, I feel like I'm the kind of the show starter, and you'll hear all about the details a bit later on through my colleagues, Dom and others speaking later. It's about AI and imaging. And we know this is a more advanced technology. The data that you get from images is obviously much more categorized. So what we did during COVID is we had a lot of companies who came to us and said, look, we can really help you. We can really help sort of either look at images or start detecting whether there's pathology in those images. And we set up something quite rapidly under this space called the National COVID Chest Image Database, which is about pooling together chest images to help us as a healthcare system better understand not only what the pathology is, but also how do we deploy and validate algorithms that are helping us in this space. So do stay tuned in to hear a lot more detail about the image database a bit later with Dom and co. And the other thing we've heard a lot about from a lot of our users, but also people who've come to us from industry to say, how do you actually validate the algorithm that you've got? How do you make sure that it's going to work? And how do you then deploy it into the host system, whatever that might be, wherever you are in the healthcare facility? So we're looking at, through using imaging as a test case, how do we actually build this pathway, so we call it the AI adoption journey, from not just collecting data and accessing data, but also understanding how do we then evaluate a model and put it into the real world frontline environment. So we're looking at doing a discovery. Some of you may have heard a bit about it. If you're interested, do get in touch with us and do apply to work on that with us. The third program that's very exciting and we're keen to hear a bit more about as we progress, so this is still in its novel stage, it's something called a skunk works. So my background is medicine. I'm an emergency medic by background. I'd not heard of a skunk works before until I joined NHSX. And actually, over the past 6 months, we've seen some really amazing ideas come through from different colleagues across the system. The idea with the skunk works is how can we as the lab help you as a program team or a project team actually use your data, build something up to an MVP level that may or may not go further, but actually that we can understand some of the problems internally. And we've looked at different ideas such as synthetic data sets. How do we model on different characteristics? And we've got a few more projects coming up. So again, this is something, do watch out. If you've got some good ideas on here, we'd always love to hear a bit more about what's going on in the system. The other key pillar in the lab as well is about regulation. What we heard loud and clear was it's great that these technologies are being built, but we also need to make sure that we get the foundations and the rules of the game right. So we've partnered with all of our regulators here in England, and we've said, okay, how do we actually help you together to build some programs that can address certain issues? Now, some of the key areas I've highlighted here, but one of them is around making sure that the advice that we give you as innovators, but also as the system, is streamlined. Quite often you're going from organisation to organisation, and we understand that. We've heard loud and clear from the community that if it was a more streamlined service, we'd be able to access it more easily. So we're working with all of our partners in the regulation space to say, well, how do we streamline that service? How do we also improve what we're calling post-market surveillance? So once a product is into the system, how do we ensure that we monitor it and ensure that the safety is maintained throughout its product lifecycle, especially as we get into more novel AI techniques when the machine learning is within the live environment. So things we're exploring with our partners. And again, we've got a great session a bit later on with all of the regulators. So do stay tuned for that. And if you've got some more detailed questions, they're the experts to ask them to. And what we mustn't forget is the international space. So whilst we're very excited about it here in the UK, there's a lot of work going on internationally around what's happening in AI. Earlier this month, some of you may have been aware, but the Spirit and Consort guidelines were published. And this is a real groundbreaking step in publishing what we call guidelines for publication in clinical trials in AI. A really important step. We've worked in partnership with the teams developing these guidelines, and we're quite keen to continue that. So anything that we do produce through the lab and through the different programs of the lab is maintained to a high standard. The World Health Organization has also kicked off a program of work called AI for Good. That's been going on for a couple of years now. And the idea is to say, how do we benchmark some of the standards for publication, but also for building in AI? And we're also part of something called the Global Digital Health Partnership, which is a partnership of multiple countries across the globe to say, how do we create both standards and policy frameworks around certain areas? For example, interoperability and cybersecurity. And over the past year, we've been working with them to say, well, how do we create a white paper on AI policy? And so do watch out for this space. We'll put it on our community of practice as we go along of what we're trying to do in the global market. And then the most exciting thing I'd like to say today is just from a personal front, we've spent the last year working really, really hard to build all these programs, work with multiple partners. And at one point early on the year, we were really excited about launching what we wanted to be a physical space where people could come, you could talk to experts, you could talk to policymakers, and you could talk to people who are building their products. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, we've had to pivot that view of having an actual physical space to saying, well, where do we create a virtual space? And so what we've done, and you'll hear a little bit more about it, is launch something called an AI Virtual Hub. So we partnered with our colleagues in NHS England on a platform called NHS Futures. And the idea is here, we can have a virtual space where people can come and showcase what they're doing, be it if you're building a product, but also if you're within the health and care system and you're using a product or designing something there. You can discuss issues that you might feel that you need to raise, and also that you can go and meet experts and share any resources that you might be building. Because what we're very clear about is we have some ideas, we're working with as many people as we can, but we need to build a community. We need your help to get this right. And so we've started this AI Virtual Hub, and you'll hear more about that as we come through the program today. And now I'm going to hand over to Simon, who's going to talk a bit more about the wider context of what we're doing in AI and data. Simon.
Indra, thanks very much. And of course, all of this brilliant stuff that Indra's outlined isn't being done in isolation. And the NHS AILab fits into a much wider range of AI activity being delivered across government. And so here we've got an overview for you of some of the projects that are happening across government to ensure that we support the adoption of AI technologies and skills across the UK. And I'd just like to draw a few out for you. So we, across government, we've provided 2,500 AI and data science conversion courses and 1,000 scholarships for people from underrepresented backgrounds. The government, the UK government, is a founding member of the Global Partnership on AI, which Indra mentioned a few moments ago, which is set up to guide the responsible development and use of AI across the globe. The AI Council itself has been established, and of course the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation. And government has also just provided further funding to the tune of 50 million for the 5 new centres of excellence in digital pathology and imaging. So lots of progress and lots of work still to do across government in the AI field. As the Secretary of State said, this is an agenda that is on the move. And obviously to move this forward and to deliver AI's potential, we need good quality, linkable and accessible data. So moving on to our data strategy, which Indra mentioned at the top of the segment, we want to ensure that the sector is able to harness data safely, securely, ethically, and effectively for the benefit of patients and the system as a whole, and building on the opportunities for change provided by the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we're developing a data strategy for health and social care, which is trying to do exactly that. And we hope to launch and publish that strategy in the autumn. And the strategy will focus on some key principles around empowering staff and system leaders to be confident to handle data through simplified information governance. So we learned throughout the pandemic that cutting through a lot of the red tape, cutting through a lot of the bureaucracy and giving clear guidance to frontline clinicians about how they should handle data and how they were empowered to handle data had quite a sizable impact. Public trust as well is key, as is transparency. And it's probably the case that we have some ground to make up in terms of how we use data, but we are committed to, through our strategy, to show how we will continue to maintain public trust through our work. Sharing data to join up care across the sector, so promoting broader integration of health and social care is a key priority, whilst understanding obviously the differing levels of maturity that we have across the system. And also using data to plan and commission health and care services effectively, that will be absolutely key, as well as making sure that we provide, through the strategy, timely access to high quality data for research as well. And then adopting safe and effective and ethical data-driven technologies such as AI to improve health outcomes where appropriate. So it's an exciting agenda for data. And as you might expect, a lot of the resources to deliver this and the expertise doesn't always reside in the NHS. And therefore, you know, we need to really ensure that we have the right partnerships in place. And as you can see from the AI award winners, we'll hear from later, partnerships will continue to be fundamental. And crucial to those partnerships is the support and trust of the staff on the front line, for whom we develop these technologies. We're also acutely aware, I think, of the value, the inherent value of NHS and patient data. to the NHS itself. And if data-driven technologies can improve health and care services for everyone, then we have a duty to ensure that this opportunity is not missed, and it's done so mindfully and carefully in the right way, and that we bring staff and the public along with us. And the new Centre for Expertise, which was trailed a few months ago, is just establishing itself and is due to be launched in a soft way shortly. But that will play a key role in all of this. Sited within NHSX, it will support the NHS and care organisations to navigate partnerships in a way that will result in fair benefits on both sides, and will allow the NHS to extract the value of those partnerships, which will benefit patients and the system in the long term. So an exciting agenda. Thank you, Indra, for giving me an opportunity to share just some of that. And I'll hand back to you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Simon. And as with all things, we can't do AI without good data. So a great partnership. We've had a few questions coming in through the chat. Some on the ecosystem and how we anticipate changes over the next few years with Brexit. I might hand over, Simon, just to ask you that question in terms of some of the legislative changes, if there are any, to highlight.
Well, unfortunately, I can't see the chat, Indra, so you might have to be my translator. But on legislation, yes. I mean, I think that the data strategy, I think it consists of two main lenses that we're looking at it through. So what are the cultural things that we can try to tackle? And then what are the structural things that we need to tackle? And some of those structural things will require perhaps some legislation. So whether that is doing some housekeeping so that some of the overlapping rules and regulations are tidied up, or whether it's looking at things like definitions of direct care. But those are all being worked through at pace at the moment. But we really need to seize on the opportunity that we have coming out of this part of the COVID pandemic, to think about how we can bottle what we've learned and fundamentally try to create as permissive an environment for data sharing that we've seen that we've been able to do during COVID. If it works during COVID, then it should work outside of COVID.
Great, thank you. And just in the wider ecosystem, we do have some of the regulators talking a bit later. So as we do progress over the next few years in this space, we're very clear that we need to be, as I've mentioned, we need to provide clarity on that ecosystem, both for the development, but also the deployment of technologies. And so we are working to publish clearer guidance in this space. I'm just looking through the chat here. Again, if you've got any questions, do fire them through. A few questions around ultrasound scans. So just in terms of accessing data, quite often people ask us this question. For those colleagues who aren't aware, we have an organisation called HDR UK, Health Data Research UK, and they are developing a data research portal. So for those who are looking to access data, understanding which data sets are available, where they're available, and the different pathways to obtaining the data, do take a look at HDR UK's portal. It's really good, it's very informative, and it does give you a good idea of what's actually available to use. So we've got another question coming here. I think the easiest thing for me to do is probably just to read them out, and then between Simon and I, we'll try and answer them. Do we have any insights on how you balance the need for patient safety versus innovation and opportunities, especially during the pandemic? Is another question that we've got. I think we've seen one of the key instigators, and I know Dom and colleagues are going to talk a little bit more about this, so I don't want to talk too much right now. But one of the key things we saw during the pandemic was the overwhelming response, the positive response of people saying, look, we have great technologies, do come and use them, how can we help deploy them? And so in NHSX, we set up a triage and we try to kind of filter through all of those and send them out to the right teams, both across government, if they weren't specifically health related, but also to different services in the front line. And one of the key things people said, well, how do we actually screen these technologies? How do we know that they're going to be safe? How do we know they'll work? And so we published something called, at the time, it was a checklist, a 10-point checklist for a buyer's guide. But now we published a whole document, which has quite a lot of information behind it on how do you know whether that technology is balancing not just safety, but also the different other criteria, the regulatory requirements, and does it have the right technical infrastructure? Do you have the right technical infrastructure for that product to be deployed into? So earlier this month, we published something called an AI buyer's guide. And later this month, do look out for it. We're also going to publish a kind of a joint guide called the Guide to Good, which highlights 12 areas that you really should be considering when you're building a product. It's an update to our code of conduct, which we published a few years ago. We were committed to updating it regularly. And we've heard from a lot of innovators that actually it's very good, but if it could be quite clearer on some of the issues that aren't always so clear, like clinical safety, that would be more helpful. So do take a look on that'll be published on the gov.uk site. Another question we have here is any more details on the funding for the cancer research centres? Yes, again, versus me kind of wobbling on about these, I would say do take a look at the website. We've got lots of information on there, and how to access some of that funding is there. So Simon, we've got one about data strategies here. If I read it.
Yeah, are the new data strategies intended to replace Caldecott as far as patient data is concerned? Well, the Caldecott principles are really, really important, and they have served us and continue to serve us well as a sort of guide about how we should treat patient data. So I would say that the data strategy will only help to complement those principles. But I think that what we have to be really clear on is that where behavioral change is needed, we can do that through creating incentives and give further guidance. But where we find sort of structural blockers, we need to perhaps act, and that's where we may need to consider legislation. So I don't see that the data strategy would replace the Caldecott principles, but I think it would complement them.
Great. We've got another question, which is a broader question to say what are we doing to get clinicians and trusts on board? So Matt and Dan will talk a little bit about this later in the work they're doing on the AI award. I think this is a much wider issue. It's not AI specific, but it can be sometimes much wider around digital transformation. We've been doing a lot of work at NHSX around ensuring the guidance is much clearer. So during COVID, and Simon, you might want to allude a little bit about this, is some of the work we did around information governance to say, well, how do we make sure that the sharing of information is clearer, so that you as a leader don't feel nervous about sharing that information. And so sometimes it is about the guidance and making sure that the policy and the guides are very clear. And we've got some great resources on the website. And the other thing, as we've mentioned previously, is we are part of a much bigger picture. The AI Lab is one part of a big jigsaw. We're doing a lot of work across the system with the Digital Academy, which is there about training a cohort of a number of specialties to be leaders in digital transformation and leaders at board level. We've also appointed a number of positions to try and encourage healthcare professionals across the space. And we're not just talking about doctors here, but CNIOs and other healthcare professionals to be at board level as well. So we're part of a much bigger picture. Health Education England as well are doing a number of programs around creating fellowships and training programs, again, all to ensure that there is a wide spectrum of experts who can help drive some of this change forward.
I'd also add, Indra, that crucial as well to this is the voice of the patient. And so NHSX has brought patient representatives into our sort of structure so that they can contribute to the overall sort of strategic direction of what NHSX is doing. But also at each individual program level, there are structures to ensure that we not only get clinical voices and healthcare professional voices, but also those of the patient as well.
Great. So Alexis, conscious of time, shall we carry on? I mean, we can carry on talking if you want, or we can hand back to you. Yes, 5 more minutes.
5
Alexa
more
says.
minutes.
5 more minutes. Oh, right. Well, look, love chatting. What feels like sometimes, Simon, to you on a screen, but this is great. We'll carry on chatting.
Yeah.
So on. I mean, this is a broader issue of the critical functions of IT and hospitals being supported. So from an AI-specific perspective, we are working very closely, and some of the awardees who have been awarded during this round 1 of the competition will talk a bit more about what they're doing very specifically with their technology to get trusts and systems on board. But from a wider NHS perspective, I know Matthew will touch a bit about this later in the day, but there's a huge amount of work going on the digital transformation agenda. Simon, I don't know if you want to allude a little bit more about the wider joining up care work, for example.
Well, I think yes, and I would also add, just on the wider tech perspective, that obviously we're doing quite a lot of work with the Department of Health and Social Care around how we can make sure that new build hospitals and refurbished hospitals are more tech enabled, so that that's built in right from the start.
We've got another question here around explainability. Always a great one. Yes, this is something that we do care about, and the outputs. And without stealing more thunder, I feel like I'm just the warm-up act, and there are a lot of great acts coming after me who are going to talk a lot more about the detail around this. But it's not just the explainability of a model, which is important, but also has your product or your model been built in an ethical way? Have you used a proportionate data set? Are you ensuring that you're not excluding any communities? This is something that we, both in the NHS AI Lab, but also across NHSX, feel very passionately about inclusion and diversity. And so we've got a chat a bit later with Brumi, who's going to be talking with some of our other colleagues in think tanks about how do we widen this research agenda to make sure that that we're including the relevant data sets, and also the training of those models are built on a wider data set. And then we did do a report last year with future advocacy around explainability. It is there on our website, and it will be there on our resources link if anybody's quite keen to read about it. It's a quite technical report, but it kind of goes through what are the key areas and points that are important when we're talking about explainability. And we've included it in our updated Guide to Good as well. So, conscious of time, we've got lots of messages firing away in the group chat. I am just going to see if I can grab the next few colleagues. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I'm really conscious that sometimes there can be a bit of fatigue of doing these webinars and Zoom calls, etc. But it's great. And we're really conscious that here we want to make this a real international community as well. But we want to learn from you, the experts, as well as those in the field who are doing this. So do take a look at our community of practice as it launches. And now I've got the wonderful Dan and Matt who have joined me here in a little box room, basically. So due to social distancing, I shall promptly leave and I shall hand it over to them. So thank you, everybody, so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sit here. Come and sit in the wonderful seat.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am absolutely delighted to be here. In today's session, we're going to talk a little bit about the background to the Phase 4 award and to the Phase 1, 2, 3, but primarily on the Phase 4. And I'm delighted that I'm also joined by 4 of the winners of the first round of the Phase 4 competition. And we'll hear a little bit from each of those about a little bit about their technologies. And then we'll have a panel session where we'll go through a few hopefully probing questions, and then we'll turn to you, the audience, for some questions for the last 10 minutes at the end. So if anybody does have any questions that they would like to ask, please do pop them in the chat. I'm aware that we've got a large number of people online, so I will try to get to as many of the questions as I can see. Brilliant. So I'll start with a little bit of the background to the AI in Health and Care Award. And the aim really was to have a world-leading testing and evaluation infrastructure for artificial intelligence. We really wanted to put the NHS at the forefront of the development and deployment of artificial intelligence. So that's a really, really bold ambition. And we looked to do that by supporting technologies across 4 different phases, from the earliest stage to later stage. So for the first stage of technologies, we were looking at supporting technologies that were perhaps in need of technical feasibility or clinical feasibility. Moving on to phase 2, we were looking at the development and evaluation. So this might be around developing prototypes or to generate early clinical or safety and efficacy data. Phase 3 was around real-world testing, so that's supporting technologies that are CE marked and are ready for their first forays into testing the technologies in real-world settings. And today we're really focusing on phase 4. So these are technologies that are beyond that stage and are ready for initial adoption in health systems. And we're looking to adopt these at a larger scale and to support the technology providers to do so through this award. So that's the aim of the AI in Health and Care Award. Now I'm briefly just going to introduce our 4 panellists, and we'll hear a little bit about each of their technologies as well. So the 4 panellists that we have Sarah Bond, who's the Chief Product Officer from Miranda Medical. We have Peter Kaspethi from Chiron. We have Ross Upton from Ultromics. And we have Catherine Ward, who is from healthy.io. So welcome to you all. Hopefully you can hear me all okay. And we're just going to go around in order. If we could just have a few minutes from each of you on what your technology is looking to do and what you'd like to get out of the AI award. So Sarah, can I hand over to you first?
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you for the introduction and invite. So I'm Sarah Bond, I'm a Chief Product Officer for Miranda Medical. So we are an imaging software company, and we've developed a tool for use in radiotherapy planning called DLC Expert, that is for deep learning contouring. And it's a product that auto contours organs at risk, usually on a CT, could be on an MR, using deep learning technology. And it's trained to imitate human contouring performance to an agreed or known guideline. Now, these models are trained on hundreds of training cases. And what we've seen from our studies is that we're getting greater clinical acceptance with the deep learning technology than we have done with previous auto contouring methods. So I guess the main benefits around using this kind of technology, the initial one is reducing time for contouring from around 2 hours in some cases down to around 5 to 10 minutes, taking into account time to edit and check contours. Now, that obviously reduces the burden on an already stretched workforce, of course, helping clinicians to meet that 2-week wait guideline for cancer referrals and fundamentally reducing the patient time as they're waiting for their treatment, not to mention that clinicians can spend more valuable time with their patients. And the other big advantage is around consistency of those contours, across within a site and, of course, across different sites. Now, fundamentally, we're looking to reduce the dose when we do radiotherapy, reduce the dose to healthy organs and maximize the dose to the tumor. Now, if we make sure we do that well, we can actually reduce side effects and improve the long-term quality of life for cancer survivors. Now, this product is CE marked, it's FDA cleared, it's being used clinically in sites in the UK, Europe, and the US at the moment. And as part of this award, we're really looking to be installing and deploying new clinical sites in the NHS in order to really scale usage of this technology. We'll be looking at on-site as well as cross-site validation. So looking across, across a trust, looking at validating what that time saving really is in the real world, in the clinic, and also how we can bring about further improvements in consistency across NHS sites. Alongside that, we'll be doing a review of the dose impact and building up that linked evidence for reducing side effects and so on for patients. So as we do that, we want to move towards consensus models for organs at risk for radiotherapy planning, bringing standard of care across NHS sites in line with each other. So that's what we're hoping to achieve with the award. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to hand over to Peter.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invite. I'm the CEO of Cairo Medical Technologies. Our main product that we are working in the award with is MIA. MIA is a piece of software that gets into the breast cancer screening workflow, basically using AI to help sustain and improve breast screening as much as possible. Our mission is really to give every woman a better fighting chance against cancer. One of the most important ways we can do that is really by sustaining and improving and making it and providing early cancer detection the best possible way. This is really important because the best fighting chance really against cancer is by early detecting, because that leads to very different and much better treatment regimes. So MIA is really making sure that amongst COVID, amongst workforce crises and other problems, the NHS can provide a sustainable service, and a sustainable service that, as Sarah said, brings all the usual AI perks, such as consistency, such as automation, but really the sustainability and the safe sustainability is the #1 thing that we're looking at. Before COVID, radiology generally had pretty much a very strong workforce crisis, and this has been stronger in some subfields. Breast screening is one of the largest endeavors. This is one of the areas where the workforce crisis hit the most across the UK. Once COVID hit, really what we have seen is even further increased backlogs, a lot of patients not being scanned, not being screened, so cancer is sort of ticking in the background, being developed and not detected, and there's a lot of pressure on screening programs and screening services to catch up with that. Bringing in AI to really help the radiologists, work alongside the radiologist readers, and really helping the screening units to do the best possible job to go through that is what we're focusing on very tightly. This MIA as a service has been in development for a couple of years now. Multiple millions of images we trained on. This is more images than any radiologist would see in a lifetime. We have assessed and currently also assessing on very large scale trials. Our motto is really that AIs can be extremely powerful and helpful, but it's only powerful and helpful if it's safe in the case of healthcare. So it's basically safe AI is what we're really focusing on. During the NHS project, we are building on the past validation and clinical evidence that we have amassed. There's always more and more validation and testing one can do. We believe our software is ready for adoption in multiple different areas. Very confident about it, but we understand that it's very important that we make it very clear to absolutely everyone who would be using the service on how much, where the limitations are, where the strengths are, and what our best recommendations can be for how and when to use the software. And really, that's not a small thing. It's very much frontier piece of work that many people have not tackled. And it's extremely positive that the NHS has seen that pulling together multidisciplinary understanding in order to tackle these kind of frontier challenges is very, very important. So we're very happy to contribute that way and push forward how we can assess and how we can roll out AI safely.
That's great, thanks, Peter. I'm sure many of the people listening will recognise those challenges, and certainly I share your enthusiasm. It's probably important to point out that for this phase of the award, the intention is not to slow down the adoption of these technologies. It's to do a broader evaluation of them for rollout at scale. Now, I'm sure that there'll be many people on the listening to this who will recognise some of the challenges that you'll all describe. So we can come back and pick up sort of how people can understand more about the technology if they want to do so, and to adopt in their local areas as well. Ross, over to you.
Great, thanks, and appreciate the invite. So I'm the founder and CEO of Ultromics. We spun out of Oxford University in 2017. And during my PhD there doing cardiovascular medicine, we developed an artificial intelligence cloud-based software as a service platform for automatically analyzing echocardiograms. Echocardiograms, or cardiac ultrasound, as they're otherwise called, are a fantastic modality. They're super accessible, they're real time, and they're even getting into mobile phones now. So that's how kind of accessible and real time they're becoming. Despite that, there is limitations with ultrasound. There's a huge amount of variability depending on who's analyzing cardiac ultrasound. So cardiologists of differing experiences, sonographers of different experiences can all look at kind of the same patient's image and come to different conclusions, and that's one of the biggest problems we have. So we set out in my PhD to automate that process and reduce that variability. So the solution, we stacked together a bunch of AI algorithms from a huge database that we collected at Oxford University that was able to automatically analyze and process images, which we now call EchoGo. EchoGo is the platform. And what EchoGo does is it reduces the variability and improves the accuracy of diagnosis of cardiovascular disease, and we can reduce misdiagnosis in certain diseases by up to 50%. So that's one of the big benefits of the platform for both the patients and the clinicians. It also saves clinicians 15 minutes per scan, and it's all remote, right? So it all happens on the cloud. So in a time where COVID has limited, we want to limit contact often in times of COVID, but also help clear the backlog of cardiac scans that COVID has caused. Not as many people went in for a heart scan during lockdown as they should have done, which has caused a huge backlog. Our platform is there and ready to be able to help clinicians get through that huge backlog of cardiac scans. And where we are right now, we have FDA clearance, we have CE mark, and we're rolling out across both UK and the US.
Great, thanks, Ross. So I think it's one of those examples where the value of the technology has only increased in the COVID settings. So yeah, really, really important. Catherine, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm Catherine Ward. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Healthy.io, which is the first company in the world to get a CE accreditation and FDA approval for using the smartphone camera as a clinical grade diagnostic device. And the whole idea of that is that the biggest investment in tech is into the smartphone camera because of the 8 billion selfies that are uploaded to the cloud every day. And that if we could transfer that into the healthcare environment, we could actually get a more rapid transformation of healthcare, but also at low cost to a government-sponsored health system, because the tech companies paying for the hardware and the software software, the consumer's buying the device, and therefore it should be good value for the NHS to adopt as a technology platform. Our first family of products is in urine testing, where we take a kit which has a pot, a dipstick and a colour board, accompanied by an app that talks the consumer or patient through doing the test. And those enable you to basically get a clinical grade result, which is equivalent to a point of care analyzer in the hospital, both onto the patient's phone and directly into the electronic medical record in real time. Because the app is so intuitive, it enables people from 18 to 80 we have a 99.5% usability for 18 to 80-year-olds who are instructed to dip the dipstick. It's the same dipstick that's used 42 million times in the NHS every year, into the pot, lay it onto the colour board that comes in the kit, and then scan with their own phone. That sends an image to our UK-based cloud, where an algorithm will run through and identify the changing colour relative to the colour board on the dipstick, using arbitrary light conditions and arbitrary phones. So essentially enables a patient to do a test that's as accurate as the machine, with real-time results going to the clinician. So the case study and the product kind of pathway that we're involved with the AAC on is testing of what's called ACR, albumin to creatinine ratio. Everyone with diabetes, everyone with hypertension should have a test every year, according to NICE, to pick up signs of kidney degradation, signs of first stage chronic kidney disease. In practice, about 50% of people don't have that test who have diabetes. Between 50 and 60% of people with diabetes don't do the test, and actually only 30% of people with hypertension do the test. And this is because the patient has to go to the practice, pick up a pot, take it home, fill up with a sample, put that sample in the handbag, take that back into the surgery. People forget, they don't like using the facilities in the surgery. They all sorts of reasons practically why they don't undertake it. So instead, we take a list from the practice of everyone who hasn't done the test in the last 12 months. We call them up or we text them. We send them a kit through the post, fits nicely through a letterbox. They then are able to do that test in real time in the way I've described. The result comes back, and then there's no toing and froing. They can be called for a follow-up test if required, and we're able to close that gap in NICE guidelines of adherence. We've done a rollout that was evaluated by York Health Economic Consortium that showed if we were actually to reach only 30% of the 1.4 million people with diabetes who've not done their test in the last 12 months, we'd be able to save the NHS £209 million in 5 years. So we're now in 4 other sites, and we're going to be using then the AAC to roll and scale to much more penetration across the NHS.
That's great. Thanks so much, Catherine, and to all of you for that oversight of your technologies. So I've got a few questions that I'm going to take round to each of you before we get into questions that are coming through from the audience. Catherine, I'm going to start with you, if it's okay. What have been the barriers for Healthy.io to this point, and how will the AI in Health and Care Award support you?
Okay, so I'm on a 3-year journey with Healthy.io. I've just literally on the 1st of September hit my 3-year anniversary with the company. But this is actually my 30th year in healthcare, having done 15 years inside the NHS and then another 11 with United Health Group. So I knew what I was letting myself in for, and I had my eyes open in terms of what it's like to engage with the NHS from the outside to try and bring technology and offerings to support the service. I would say that we've been very well supported by the NHS Innovation Accelerator that has really put us on a list of products and people that they wanted to get adoption and scale. And I've managed in that process to get to about 16 individual sites, which feels really positive. And, I'm very grateful to all the places that gave us the opportunity to start to engage. The challenge that I had with that, coming back to your question, though, is that they were one PCN trial and a NHS testbed and an NIHR funded study and a Innovate UK grant, and that each of these were, even though they generated their own set of evidence, it's really hard to see what it would actually take to enable the NHS to say, great, now we're going to go at scale with an SDP. Now we're going to take this nationally to the whole of the diabetes kind of cohort. And what the AAC is doing for me is really giving us that chance to scale and prove that we can do this actually across the whole population, and then generate the evidence that would hopefully close the gap for us to then get to scale across the country.
Great, that's really, really clear. Sarah, why is evaluation important, and how will it work?
Great question. So it's important, I guess, to fundamentally build trust. The questions you're asking when you're implementing a new technology is, firstly, does it work? But then is it improving on what you have now? Is it improving the status quo? And you need to build evidence around that with an evaluation. So I guess in our case, we're looking at with contouring organs at risk, is it as good as what we're doing now, either with manual contouring or other automated methods? Is it better? And then as it's adding, is it improving in terms of time saving? Is it actually then going a step further, looking at patient outcomes? Are there things that you can improve in terms of quality of care, reducing dose to organs at risk, and so on? How do you do that? Well, I guess using your technology across a number of sites is really the best way to do that. It's always, when you train AI models, the worst thing you can do is train it with data from a site and then test it at that site, because obviously that's going to do well. What you want to be doing is saying, we've trained this model. Actually, it's useful across sites, across the NHS. And actually enabling them to implement methods that are consistent, that adhere to particular guidelines. And then again, you can build on that evidence to show reduced dose to organs, and fundamentally link that to outcomes.
Thank you, Sarah. Peter, how are you winning the hearts and minds of both clinicians and patients?
That's a very, very good question. What I would say is, as Catherine, I have some experience in healthcare. Mine is very much personal, though, as I have practically grown up in a radiology department. What I have seen, and this is very important background for everyone to understand, is I've seen, of course, the patient suffer, but I've also seen the healthcare providers, like the doctors doing the service, also suffer, and really not being empowered to do their job well. A lot of repetitive work, a lot of painful work that is really these super educated and very much mission-driven people shouldn't be doing. What we're hoping to do is really work on all three fronts. So really bring positive impact to patients, really help doctors to do a better job, prevent burnout and a couple of other concerns and overwork that they're dealing with, and really help the system as a whole. I really believe there's a very big opportunity in helping the doctors help the patients. So that's one of the number one things we can really do. This is something that healthcare has been behind on. The way we want to do this holistically really is talking at all three levels and seeing, okay, how do the doctors think that with the use of AI they can do better service to the patients? Then talk to the patients. And understand, okay, are they comfortable with that? What do they think about this? Some of the things that we are assessing in our clinical trials is really the proxies for impact on patients. So one of the things you don't want to do is overdiagnose and really tell a really large number of women that they might have cancer when they don't. You don't want to do biopsies and poke holes into them when they really shouldn't have. And if we can give an answer, an assessment, we want to do that as fast as possible. But of course, we can have assumptions about all of that, but it's very important to keep an open dialogue and understand, okay, what are they comfortable with? What are the most important elements? This is something we have done in the past with a few hundred of patients. Also working with a couple of patient advisors from across the globe. They understand different perspectives. We're also looking to, on a very technical level, making sure that the AI works for all demographics with different backgrounds, different ethnicities, and really, we're trying to work through how the different demographics are impacted and what kind of different requirements they have. So there's from all the way through, from technical design to like very trying to help and assessing. It's one thing to assess clinically, but assess sort of on a human qualitative level is the other way. We had a ton of really great help on understanding, okay, how we can make the best impact. We intend to continue that.
That's great. Thanks, thanks, Peter. And Ross, finally to you. We've heard some of the challenges in the journey that Catherine described that she'd been on in terms of the to get to this point, engaging with different programs and different organisations and different groups. What are the are there any other challenges that that you faced in terms of getting the technology adopted?
Yeah, sure. So I think that there's many. I think I could sort of spend all day talking about them in the years I've done this. So, but I think so some of the key ones. I think both providing access to the technology companies to NHS sites that are willing to adopt new technology and innovative technologies is a key one, because as a startup company, when you build this product, you build out your network, but you don't necessarily have that access through to the right NHS sites that actually want to engage and want to adopt the technology. But also conversely, on the flip side of that, is providing access to NHS sites to companies like us that perhaps don't. So I think it works both ways in that front. So having some sort of two-way communication there is a huge thing, and I think that's something that this grant has really helped address. Another challenge is, and I think this is more of a general challenge with AI companies, is there's been few prospective trials and published evidence on AI use clinically within hospitals. And I think the onus is on us as sort of the first wave of AI companies being implemented into the NHS is to continue monitoring the technologies and continue to publish that evidence on a prospective basis that the AI is actually helping and is actually saving clinicians' times, and it is improving patient outcomes. If we can continue to produce that data, I just think that will lead to more widespread adoption if people can see it working. So almost want to hold us to account to do that. And I think that feeds into more larger scale adoption. I think phase 4 is the initial adoption part of the grant, but I think the next phase will be, okay, you've got it into 10, 20, 30 NHS trusts. How do you then get it into all NHS trusts? And so I think there's a challenge there that needs to be addressed, and also understand the NHS are thinking about how to do that. And lastly, I think what the NHS, what this award has done and is going to help stop, I guess, is a lot of companies previously have developed the tech within the UK and gone to commercialize it first in the US because they've seen it as a bigger market, which has left the NHS wanting from the great technology that's actually been developed as part of their system. That's one thing that I found very troubling when I first started out, and I think this program will help stop that from happening as much. And that, certainly Ultromics is considering the UK in the same light as the US now, rather than favouring one over the other, and that's a really important thing this phase 4 grant has brought.
And a very positive note to finish our panel questions on now. So now I'm going to throw over to the questions that are coming through on the chat. We'll try and get through as many of these as we can. Some of these look like there might be questions for me, and some of them are for the panel, so I'll direct them as best I can. So the first question we've got is, with the phase 4 awards covering a range of challenges, how do you ensure there is still equitable access to NHS partners and ultimately market for other developers in the same fields? So I think I'll take that one. So I think it's important to note that this is just the first round of the AI award. So it's been an awful lot of hard work to get to this stage from the partners involved, from people putting applications in, for managing the process for it. But we are really at the beginning of this journey, and not only at the beginning of our support for technologies right along the pipeline. We're also at the beginning of our work with NHSX and the NHS AILab as well, which is looking at broader issues around regulation of technologies amongst other things as well. So I'd say the short answer is we're providing a very broad range of support right across the pipeline, and there are more rounds of competitions to come. Great. The next question, I think, is for. It looks like it. I thought I might have a question for you, Ross, but it might be for me actually. So, in Sheffield, there's an interpretable AI system that analyses cardiac MRI scans and produces a diagnosis and prognostic indication for pulmonary hypertension. They are exploring options to commercialise the system. And does anyone have any insights on avenues to go down for potential collaborators or feedback on our system? So I would say the short answer is definitely to approach your local academic health science network, who can provide a range of support, including support around commercialisation. But I might just pass over to Catherine, based on your previous answer, that you've actually got a lot of experience from an innovator's perspective about navigating that system. So who should they go to for help?
So I mentioned briefly already that the NHS Innovation Accelerator was really great for us. For me, partly it was personally having gone from being employee number 456,006 at a big American corporate. I was number 23 and the first employee outside Tel Aviv. So it depends on the sort of scale of the company. But for me, the NIA gave me a set of peers and colleagues who were all trying to enter the NHS, even though everyone had very different experiences, very different products, very different sort of stages of the journey. It was really helpful to be part of a cohort of people who are all trying to make that break. AHSNs are also, as Matthew's already suggested, a really good place to be. I would actually engage with independently try and find other companies who you might be able to connect with and understand how they're getting on, because I think we all bear the scars, and we can really kind of potentially help. And I know everyone has the sort of mindset of kind of passing down a helping hand to people who are early stages of the journey, and then it seems as if, you know, the AAC itself is increasingly opening up to a whole range of different opportunities that will be there for companies at different stages to join. So I think the NHS is really aware of the Achilles heel they have of being really good at identifying and encouraging early stage companies, but not necessarily then having all the wherewithal to helping get that spread and scale. And there's lots of initiatives out there to help you to do that. Oh, you're on mute.
And it's such an important question about where to get support. And because you've all got to this stage, I'm really kind of keen to get views from the rest of the panel as well. So Sarah, is there anywhere else that we haven't mentioned that innovators can go for support?
I mean, the AHSN, as you mentioned, is probably the first one I would think of. But, you know, talking to companies and collaborating with them is always a great thing to do. Getting ideas from people who've been there and brought those technologies to market before can be helpful.
Great. Peter, any questions from you? Sorry, any different views from you?
I think actually small scale work is relatively easy to do. There's enough people who are very excited of making an impact and partnering and pushing technology forward. And we can see that a lot of people can tackle that. Getting to mid-scale of some level of generalizability, which is critical for AI, is quite hard in the UK and across the globe. That's I think pretty much the hurdle that some of us have in this phase have really got past and pioneered. And I hope that the AI work will be helping more people get through that really painful middle stage, from lab to actually like getting close to something useful. And what is really exciting is that exactly this late stage is what gets probably the biggest hurdle that Catherine has been battling with, which is how do you get for wider acceptance of having sort of stand for approval of, yes, this is good. We're okay to stand behind this piece of software. So I would encourage everyone to who's interested in getting into this field and making more impact, there's a ton of areas where a lot of positive things can be brought for benefit of patients and systems. And I think now we might have the vehicle to go faster. So
great.
No barriers on the front.
Thanks, Peter. Ross, anything that you'd like to add for other areas that people can look to support, either if they want to progress their technology, or if they want to know what other technologies are out there if they're on the NHS side?
Sure, I think a lot of it's been covered, but certainly what helped me in the early stages was my university had an IP licensing sort of division, I suppose, and they gave a lot of support early on. That actually gave me the first idea to say that actually your research, it might be better put into a spin-out vehicle because you'd be able to get it to patients quicker. And that was actually one of the best pieces of advice I got early on, because previous to that I'd never even thought of creating a company. So that was really useful. I think speaking to people that have been through that, so people like myself and the others on the call that have been founders and have started and scaled companies has always been really useful. And lastly, if you can get in front of any friendly investors as well, who have seen many of these companies both work and fail, that they always have the best kind of war stories and advice. So that'd be kind of my other input to that.
Great, thanks, Ross. Peter, there's a couple of specific questions for you. So firstly, what's the difference between Mia and what Zebra Tech in Israel has done in breast cancer x-rays? And secondly, who trains the AI?
Yeah, thanks a lot. So number one, and it's a really, really, really good question. I have had a lot of questions of, okay, what is really most important for AI to be useful in practice? And I thought, okay, there's actually two things. One, make it safe, and it should not be rolled out. And I think that's one of the differentiating points, and I'll explain why. And the other one is actual practical impact. And practical impact really comes from workflow. Like, where does the AI fit into the actual workflow of that's existing? It's not, healthcare is not an area where we want to be innovating by breaking the system. We want to help the system. It's very different innovation than other areas. What Chiron is really different in is that we're the only company, as far as we know, across the globe that is able to provide independent reading of mammograms. This is important in mammography, where actually 2 radiologists are required to read at the same case, and then that gets arbitrated. Our particular solution is able to do one of these reads, being an independent contributor. This is a completely different level of technical requirement, accuracy, safety, but also a completely different type and level of impact that we can have. The past type of paradigm of bringing AI for image reading is really highlighting a couple of areas on an image and then hope that that helps radiologists. It has been proven in many studies that kind of paradigm is really not helping. It distracts, slows the process down. What we're doing is trying to reduce the workload, have the radiologists focus their work where they are best at, maybe give them time to even see a few patients, which they usually don't have time for. But really in the workflow, do not change the workflow that they do. Emphasize the good parts of the workflow, so independent reading. Those are the important elements. And the other differentiation is really, we have done, I think, probably 2 magnitudes larger validation studies than most companies across the globe. This is very important for safe AI because I think it also comes with explainability. It's very important that if you're dealing with a black box piece of tech, you don't always understand every piece of thing that works in it, but it's very important that you understand the input-output combinations. So whatever kind of, whoever the lady is in whatever system, whatever site they are scanned, the software should work safely for them, or we should know that the software should not say work for that site, that lady, that particular scenario, and really characterizing what we call generalizability and really proving that the AI is safe requires a really wide scale assessment. And we are really focused on a couple of other companies that are dealing in the imaging space. We're focused on a problem. We really want to solve it well. I believe we have, and we've worked in a very different paradigm. Well, we got that feedback, thankfully, from the sites as well. And I think your second question was how the AI is trained. Is that correct?
It was. I might just throw to Sarah next. So we just wanted to quickly talk about evaluation. So are you able to talk through what metrics you're using, or how you're separating the training and the test data for such studies, and if you're measuring the impact on clinicians and patients?
Yes. So how we do the evaluation, so absolutely test data and training data are completely separate. So when you start training a model, you take your data, you separate it into two, you train on one set and you test on the other, and the two don't cross over. So absolutely. And I think that's probably true of all of the algorithms that we're talking about. Now, when we come to evaluate, I think that's different again. Here you've got completely unknown set of data that you're now testing it against. So having built your model, you've set your model, you're evaluating it on new data that is entirely unseen. And there's different ways that you can actually run that test and evaluation, so different things that you can compare depending on what it is that your model's doing. So in our case, one of the first things we might look at would be efficacy. Does it work? So in that case, we would compare the results from our model to the results of a manual contour done by a clinician. We can use that, do that using DICE scores and various kind of overlap measures. We could do that using time for editing of our contours compared to what a clinician would normally do. So you do, I guess, two timing studies: time to do it from scratch or using their existing method, and then rerun it using our model, so you can compare those two timings. And then you can do that with different clinicians doing that same study. So you sort of get over that kind of inter-operator variability as well, to see what those time savings might be across different operators, but also what the efficacy might be across different operators. And I think that's always an interesting one. If you ask, certainly in our case, if you ask two clinicians to contour data, actually do it a little bit differently, and what is the level of variation that we're happy with there, and actually what's the level of variation that makes an impact on fundamentally how the patient's treated. So we'll look at that in addition as we come to look at dose impact and outcomes. And I think, how do we measure impact on clinicians? Well, it's the time they save, it's the consistency across different clinicians. And on patients, fundamentally, you're starting to look at time to treatment based on the time that you're saving the clinician, but then going on to look at outcomes in terms of dose impact from radiotherapy.
That's great. Thanks so much, Sarah, and thanks very much to all of the panelists. It's been a phenomenally informative session. We've covered a huge amount, and I'm enormously grateful for your time, and I'm hoping that the audience found it as useful as I did. I'm going to hand over now to my colleague Dan Bamford, who's the Deputy Director of AI at NHS England and NHS Improvement. Okay, thank you very much.
Dan, you're muted.
Sorry about that. So I'll try again. So I'm Dan Bamford. I'm the Deputy Director for the AI Award, working in the Accelerated Access Collaborative. My teams oversee the running of the AI Award, which is the £140 million fund that's been established to be granted over 3 years, with this year being the first year. The purpose of this panel session is really to reflect on where we've got to, having run the first round of the award, as we look forward to launching the second round of the award, which will be opening for applications in early November. We have some panelists here today who have successfully navigated the application process. And we also have panelists who I'll introduce shortly, who are involved in the development of the bidding process and help run the process during the award round. So I'm hoping to have some reflections both from those designing the process and also those who've been through it, to understand essentially what's worked well in round 1, what we're going to develop in round 2, and what are some practical tips and hints for potential applicants. Before I move to the panel, I'd like to give some context to the award. I'm aware Matt, who chaired the previous session, talked a bit about the role of the award, so I won't go into too much detail. As I say, the first round of the award has now been completed, with our 42 winners announced at the start of September. We're now thinking about how we move forward to running the second award, and this, as with the first round, is structured into 4 phases, with phase 1 being the earliest stage, targeting for technologies looking to do initial feasibility studies, all the way through to phase 4, which are award grants designed to support mature technologies, develop multi-site evaluations, to really support them with the final evidence-based push required to scale their technologies, and present the right evidence required to national bodies, including Public Health England and NICE, in order to get the relevant guidance and support for their rollout. I'm delighted that we've got representatives from phase 4 and phase 2 here, so we'll get some different perspectives from different levels of sort of maturity spectrum. Before I introduce them, I want to make a couple of comments in relation to questions that have come in advance of the event, which relate to the sort of eligibility criteria for the second award round. So firstly, questions come in around to what extent is this award open to internationally based companies? It absolutely is open to all technology companies, irrespective of where their home base is. What we're seeking to do with this award is make the UK the place with the most advanced testing infrastructure to help AI companies, whether they're based in the UK or abroad, test and scale their innovations. So very much open to all international applicants. The second question we got in was around, to what degree does this award support solutions which are more operationally focused and around reducing administrative burden rather than improving clinical decision making? We have examples of award winners in round 1 who are focused on that operational streamlining of process, and we'll continue to encourage those applications. And then lastly, we had a question about, with COVID, to what degree does the award welcome solutions that help in this particular context? The answer is we look forward to receiving applications that have a heightened relevance given COVID, but we're looking across the spectrum and also aware that the development cycle of some of these technologies will hopefully be longer than how long we're living with COVID as it currently is. So with those opening remarks, I'd like to introduce our panelists. So I'll first go to Anne-Marie Cairns, who's the Chief Clinical Officer from Optos. Anne-Marie, can I hand over to you to give some opening remarks, and I'll move on to our other panel.
Hi there, Matt. My video stream doesn't appear to be working. Unable to start video. Okie dokie. We can hear you. There we go. Oh, grand. Thank you very much. And so I'll just give you a little bit of background about myself and about Optos. So I'm Chief Clinical Officer at Optos. We're an icon company and we're world leaders in ultra-wide field retinal imaging. And we're absolutely delighted to be selected as a winner with our machine learning AI technology, which is really looking to identify sight-threatening disease and support the potential benefits of innovation through AI for the NHS. As I mentioned, the focus of our AI is for looking at saving sight in individuals, particularly we're looking at diabetic eye disease. So we're looking to support the current national screening programme, which has been in existence in the NHS from 2003 and is actually world renowned as an example of how to manage diabetic eye disease. Currently, the screening programme supports over 80 local screening programmes, both in the NHS and in private providers, and actually manages to screen over 80% of individuals with diabetes in the NHS. However, the challenge we're all finding, obviously, is that the number of patients, individuals with diabetes, is rising at an alarming rate, and recent figures estimate around about 4 million people with diabetes actually in the UK at present. So that's roughly about 1 in every 16 people. So our machine learning technology is CE marked, and it's intended for screening retinal images of patients with diabetes. And getting through to this successful outcome with the award, it has very much been a team effort. We've got fantastic academic collaborators in Queen's and Moorfields, and working with In Health and Google Health as our private company collaborators. And we certainly feel like the main benefit from our technology is to support image grader workload, which obviously currently with the COVID environment and the ability to manage the grading workload has been significantly impacted. And obviously, importantly, with this award, we're looking at evaluating the performance and the safety, and ultimately the fit within this well-established national diabetic eye screening programme. So our plans are to conduct a clinical implementation study to assess the key benefits and to support large-scale adoption.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
Can I introduce Peter Mountney next? Peter's the Chief Executive of one of our Phase 2 winners, Odin Vision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Peter Mountney. I'm the CEO of Odin Vision. Odin Vision is a spin out from UCL, and we've came into life in order to commercialize and bring to patients some technology that have been developed at Odin at UCL over about the past 4 or 5 years, and that's around artificial intelligence in endoscopy. So in the UK, there's about 42,000 new cases of colorectal cancer each year, and around 16,000 deaths, making it the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the UK. What's worrying is that actually the number of deaths is forecast to increase by about 50% in the next 15 years. And there's some evidence showing that younger people, there's a higher prevalence in younger people as well. So colonoscopy is a really critical tool in the screening of patients looking for those early signs of colorectal cancer. Doctors use an endoscopic camera to look inside the bowel for cancers or precancerous polyps, or those early signals that indicate that cancer might be on its way. And we, in the UK, we do over 1 million colonoscopies and sigmoidoscopies each year. But finding those polyps is incredibly difficult, especially when they're very small and especially when they're flat. And lots of studies have been done over the years that show that doctors miss about 25% of those polyps, those early stages of cancer. And we know that if we can increase that polyp detection rate by 1%, we decrease the cancer incidence rate by about 3%. So it's a really well-motivated, well-understood clinical problem, but it's a long-standing unmet clinical need. The NHS spends about £500 million a year treating those late-stage cancers, and many of those could be prevented with better early detection. But the frustration in the process doesn't end there. It goes on with once a polyp has been found, it's then removed by the doctor and sent for histopathology to provide a diagnosis. But this adds on average about 3 weeks to the waiting time for a patient to get their results. And it's using an already overused and swamped pathology service. And the NHS, again, will spend about £1 billion over the next 5 years on those services. So there's real opportunities in this clinical workflow, in this clinical pathway, for improved operational efficiency and reducing costs. And that's where Odin Vision's technology comes in. So we developed our CADI project, our CADI product, and that's a CE marked artificial intelligence product for endoscopy. It's a real-time clinical support tool aimed at improving the quality and efficiency of endoscopy procedures. And our product has a number and a range of different functionalities that can support that. So what the AI is doing is it's processing those endoscopic images in real time. And it's first thing that it's doing is it's looking for polyps. So it's when it's scanning those images, and once it finds a polyp, it will draw a box around it that alerts the doctor to a region that may have visual characteristics of a polyp. And the doctor can then go and take a closer inspection. And that's with the aim of reducing those number of missed polyps. Once the doctor's found the polyp, and they can go and take a good look at it, and then they can use our technology to support them to make an optical diagnosis. So we can support them and say, this particular polyp has visual characteristics of an adenoma, and that is a high-risk polyp, or it might be a non-adenoma, which is a lower-risk one. And we have a number of other features in the product around quality. So has the endoscopy procedure been completed properly? Did they reach the cecum? What was the visible mucosa? What was the bowel prep like during the procedure as well? So we're bringing all of these features and technology, but one thing that was really crucial to us when we were building the technology was we wanted to be able to build it in such a way that was accessible to all hospitals and all patients. And traditionally in the endoscopy market, new technology has been brought into the hospitals as big pieces of expensive capital equipment. And that makes it challenging for hospitals, especially smaller hospitals, to engage with that technology and to adopt it. So our technology has been built on those principles of making it accessible to everyone. And so we've got a cloud-based solution, which means we stream those images to a remote secure cloud, we process them in real time, and we send those images straight back to the hospital. And that means a hospital that does 100 patients can subscribe to using 100 procedures. They don't have to make those big upfront payments to buy in new technology. And we think that's really, really important to getting widespread adoption. So we are extremely happy to be involved in the award. This award will help us take our technology into the real clinical setting and work with Cardiff University and 10 other sites to evaluate that technology, get clinical feedback, but also do those all important pieces of work around healthcare economics.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Peter, and extremely interesting to learn more about your technology. Can I hand over to Samantha Gann next?
Hi, I'm Samantha Gann. I'm with NIHR, and I oversee the delivery of phases 1 to 3 of the award.
Brilliant. And then finally, Jo, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Afternoon all, nice to meet you. I'm Jo Denson, and I work within the AI award team on phase 4, which sits within the Accelerated Access Collaborative within NHS England and NHS Improvement. And I work mainly on the project management for the phase 4 technologies within the product selection workstream for the award.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We have got just over 20 minutes for questions, and I'm aware that for participants who are in sort of the Western Europe time zone, we're standing between you and lunch, so we'll keep to time. We've been sent some questions through in advance, so what I'll do is kind of pick up the themes of those questions, but also keep an eye on the questions that are coming through live, and we'll see how many we can get through. So please keep sending questions or reactions to what the panel is saying through. It's very valuable for us to understand what's top of mind for the audience. So firstly, I think it'd be really helpful to kind of kick off with Anne-Marie and Peter, your reflections on how the round 1 application process was, the things you found easy to navigate, but also the things that you found uncertain or not as transparent as you would have liked. And then it'd be great to hear, Sam and Joe, your reflections on what we're doing with round 2 to try and address and strengthen our process and make it a more user-friendly process to engage with for potential applicants. So Anne-Marie, Peter, could you start off with your reflections on how it's been?
So I can start, Peter. I mean, certainly from our perspective, the easiest part of it was obviously being subject matter experts and having spent quite a significant amount of time sort of researching both the therapeutic area and the potential applications of AI. It was very easy to understand our vision and how we believed we could shape and design the studies in order to support gaining the data and the evidence. I think some of the challenges we found was just potentially anticipating the type of questions that we would get next. There was sometimes quite a quick turnaround time in responding, which obviously when you're looking to do a very robust and very thorough response, that sometimes caused a little bit of stress within the team. But certainly on the whole, I think what made part of our application successful was having a very engaged team, all aligned around a vision, and also the ability to hone that vision on what we wanted to achieve in order to get across the line.
Great. I can add to that from our experience. I mean, the first challenge we had was to understand where we fit into which phase of the call we fit into, because companies are constantly evolving and the technology is constantly moving forward. But we sent off the pre-submission and we got some feedback. And I have to say the helpline that was there and the email address was, we were able to fire off questions and help us understand where we fit into the call right from the beginning. So that was very, very helpful. I think again, we had a vision for the company, and so we know where we're going. We had already had a lot of the information and evidence that we were looking that the application required. So in many regards, we had a lot of the content that we already needed for the application. But it takes a long time. And it takes a lot of effort to actually hone that down and put it into the word count that's required. So I think if I had one piece of advice to anyone who's looking to apply, you need to allocate a good chunk of time to the submission. It's not something you can knock out in a day. You really need to take your time. And you need to have people that you are working with who can give feedback on that. And because sometimes you're very close to that technology, you're very close to the business case, and you need someone who can give you sort of a bit of objective feedback and give you an understanding or confidence that your ideas are coming across clearly to someone who is perhaps a layperson and doesn't know your field as well as you do.
Great. Thank you, Anne-Marie and Peter, for those reflections. Sam and Joe, could you talk about to the degree to which that accords with feedback we've had from other stakeholders and what we're going to do differently in round 2?
Sure. So I'll start off, and then Sam, if you can fill in the gaps I leave, that would be great. So as we've just completed the first award, we're looking and working on the areas of improvement following recommendations from the applicants, stakeholders, assessors, and also the delivery team themselves as well. As Peter said, there is a pre-submission inquiry form, so I really recommend applicants looking at that form, submitting that form, and then it'll help them work out which phase they fit into as well. And there's a guidance for applications document as well, which is posted on NIHR's website. So we strongly advise that you read that before completing your application, because as Peter said, it does take a long time. We're also doing comms plans for further kind of questions and to help you with the next stages. of your application. So there's going to be like FAQ documents, webinars. There's the AI virtual hub as well, which will host a lot of the award information. We're going to put together some help on making applications, like including documents like, is this for me? And there's going to be case studies from those that have applied for the first round. And so you can see like a list of top tips and testimonials from those that have been successful for the first round. And also we're going to run advice surgeries as well. So there's loads of improvement work we're doing from the first time of running the award, which was new for all of us. So yeah. Sam, was there anything else that you wanted to mention?
So I just wanted to mention that we're working hard to streamline the application forms, because we got a lot of feedback from people that they were quite bulky and burdensome, and you know, there were quite a lot of boxes to fill out and things. So we are doing our best to try to cut that down as much as possible to the minimum required information that is needed to make, you know, an informed decision. And then in terms of the timelines and everything, we will be posting them. And so hopefully that will give you a lot more transparency around the dates and when things are going to happen and when you can expect to hear from us. I appreciate there were some issues last time with long delays from when we posted that we would provide outcomes to when we actually provided outcomes. And a lot of that was, you know, sort of delays due to COVID. But hopefully this time we won't be affected by that. And so hopefully it'll be clear when you expect to hear from us. And then in terms of some of the entry and exit criteria and eligibility for the different phases, so we, again, we recognize that that was a little bit unclear last time. There was a bit of ambiguity in the guidance form. So we're, again, that's something that we're going to work on and hopefully come up with a way of presenting that in a very clear format, so that that you can quite easily tell which phase that you should fit into.
Great. And then it's a couple of reflections on me, partly picking up things that have come through on the chat. So firstly, as well as wanting to provide transparency and appropriate sort of guidance documents and opportunity for an interactive discussion through webinars and drop-in clinics, we're also aware that the timeliness of the process is important to applicants and entrepreneurs and people thinking about how their businesses are funded. So as Sam said, you know, we had some COVID-related delays in the first round, and we also know going into this round that the situation is a very live one. But we're very cognizant that it's important to run a streamlined process that's quick, but also allows us to review the information required and allows our panel reviewers to review the information required to make the optimal decisions for the award. So we try and balance that, and we're very mindful of the pressures that can put on applicants. Then secondly, we had a comment come through on the chat around how previous applicants can get feedback on applications that weren't successful. So unfortunately, due to the volume of applications we had, over 500 in the first award call, we can't give detailed feedback on every application. What we do want to do, though, is through our guidance documents and through increased kind of transparency about what the process looks like, and those kind of interactive sessions with potential applicants through our webinar series, we want to have a kind of live dialogue around what that looks like. So not at an individual applicant level, but at a more general level, but with kind of tailoring to the specific phases. So it may be that we run our webinar series tailored for the specific phases depending on appetite and demand. So thank you to the panelists for their answers to that. Can I move on to a question we received in advance, which I think is for Anne-Marie and Peter, which is really, what do you see as the main human factors that provide potential barriers to the scaling of your technologies, and how are you thinking about using the award to help build the evidence base or to address them and or kind of investigate what those issues are?
Maybe if I start again first, Peter. So I think from our perspective, I mean, we're already looking at how we can support a very well-established NHS screening programme. So it's absolutely critical that we get our implementation correct. So, you know, from that perspective, we sort of split out our design of our clinical study into 3 key parts, which will allow us to initially look at safety and performance. We'll then look at sort of a technology implementation and sort of ethnographic type research in terms of that assist that AI can provide to the human, and then also look at on a prospective basis in real world and really generating great data on how AI could potentially alleviate some of the grading burden that the National Diabetic Eye Screening Programme currently has to manage, and the potential upshot that's going to see in the future as this diabetic epidemic continues.
So I can say a little bit. I think you hit the nail on the head there with human factors. It's we often think, coming from a technology, that if we build it and we demonstrate that it does X, Y, and Z, then people will adopt it. They will absolutely fall over themselves to get their hands on your technology. But it's simply not the case. And over the years, I've seen some fantastic technologies fail to be adopted into healthcare systems for very trivial reasons. There was a famous case where an investigation was done into a rather expensive piece of kit that got bought by a hospital. And it turned out it hadn't been used because the hospital staff had forgotten the password and they didn't know how to reset it. And so actually understanding those human factors in bringing technology into the hospitals is really, really critical. Understanding who is going to be your user, what is their opinion of it, what is the context of how they're going to be using it, what else are they doing at the time they will be using your technology, how does it fit into that clinical workflow, are all really, really critical things that you need to have a really strong understanding of if your technology is really going to be adopted. And I think, you know, the AI award for us will help us put our technology into that clinical setting to get really good feedback. It also allows us to put it in the hands of the doctors who are going to be using it. And the doctors always want to try it before they start using it properly. So it gives them sort of a safe space to start trying it and using it and forming their own opinions before they have to sort of make a leap and say, yes, I think we should be using that technology. But what else is really, really critical for us is that patient engagement piece. So for us in endoscopy, it is quite normal that a patient will be conscious and will be looking at the endoscopy screen during the procedure. And so the last thing we want to do is have, you know, alarms or things on the screen that might cause concern to the patient. And so we worked very, very closely with a patient group from day one, and they've helped us build a user interface and display of information that they are comfortable with and they would be comfortable with if they saw this during procedures. And I think having that patient element is really, really key. But the fact that the NIHR has, in this call and all the calls, has a strong focus on PPI, I think is really, really great, because it reminds people that is such a core component to adoption in a healthcare system like the NHS.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you very much for those answers. And just on that PPI point, you know, we continue in our application process to think about how best we integrate that, and we are kind of fully committed to how central it has to be in our process, and how important it is to ultimately allow technologies to be successfully implemented by rooting what they do in user needs. So I know that won't be new to this audience at all, but it's something that very much we have at the heart of how we evaluate and run our awards. So thanks for talking about that, Peter. The next question is more at Sam and Joe. So we had a question from the audience, which is, how do we reconcile the need for widespread rollout of these tools with the fact that individual trusts have autonomy around their purchasing decisions? To what extent are the national bodies going to be directive about this? So let me kind of talk about the commissioning aspect of that, and then Sam and Joe, it'd be good if you could come in with your reflections around how the award is designed to kind of organically spread and build momentum amongst kind of partners for wider rollout. So on the formal commissioning side of what happens when we have technologies that have NICE guidance or approval by Public Health England for deployment in a national screening programme, there's a live debate about what the kind of commissioning and procurement frameworks to be used are, and that's one of the things that the Accelerated Access Collaborative, which is the team where I sit, are sort of well versed having in relation to non-AI technologies, and we're sort of applying some of the same methodologies and engaging some of the same stakeholders around AI tech. So the kind of formal commissioning and procurement frameworks kind of under development, and that's very much kind of watch this space, but are active discussions. Sam and Joe, it'd be good if you could talk about how we're kind of designing the structure of the awards to promote that that sort of wide scale adoption and wide scale sort of support for these technologies as they progress through the award.
Sure. Sam, do you want to go first on this one because I went first on the last one, or do you want me to go first?
Sure. Yeah, so one of the things that that we're really emphasizing, particularly, and you'll see it in our updated guidance when it comes out, is we're emphasizing the sort of exit points of the different phases, and the key to that is sort of ensuring that when a product reaches the end of that phase, it actually has all of the information and criteria it needs to progress to the next stage. So, for instance, for phase 3 awards, these are the first kind of real world tests of these technologies. So, the first time it's sort of being used in a live kind of clinic setting. And so the idea there is that they gather all of the relevant information that they need, sort of barriers to implementation, clinicians and patients' views on, actually using the technology, things like regulatory compliance, issues with connections to NHS technology systems. So the idea is that these awards will be used to gather this information, which will then help the innovators to provide a case for a wider rollout. So, if you go to a foundation trust and you say, I've got this really strong case, it saves you money here and here. We have feedback from clinicians, they love it. We have feedback from patients, they love it. We've trialed it in all these places and this is how it works. And so I think the idea is that we are working towards building evidence to allow, as Dan said, that organic rollout.
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, so we went with a demand-led approach on our site selection for this first time of the award, but we'll be building on sites to implement further technologies that are successful in the award. So I think if we build a nice evidence base and we have some really good sites involved, it will be easier and come a bit more natural for people to be able to roll it out because they can look to other sites and see what worked there.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Sam. Before we sort of move to wrap up, Peter and Anne-Marie, are there any things that are kind of top of your mind which you think you would you're going to be speaking with an industry voice around what you want from the national bodies around procurement routes and how commissioning will work for these products at scale? Are there any sort of live discussions internally you're having about the UK market in that respect?
Peter, do you want to begin with this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think one of the challenges is understanding the plethora of routes into a hospital. There are just so many, and it's so varied that having a single point of contact would actually save us an enormous amount of time and effort, not simply in trying to pick an approach, but also in the admin and the dealing of it as well. So certainly something in that regard would, narrowing it down to save everyone time, I think would be difficult. Now, I know these things are, highly regulated and lots of laws around these things. So it's never quite as simple as we always hope it would be. But I think there's certainly a huge amount of scope for streamlining that. Okay, I think we as industry and as tech companies, we build our technology with the idea that we want to bring it to as many people as possible. And when the reasons we can't get it to those people is because of the administrative burden, or because of the sheer volume of paperwork or complexity of the system, I think what it leads to is companies taking their technology to other markets first. And I think that's why traditionally, and someone mentioned it in the previous discussion, traditionally lots of companies that have developed technology like ourselves in the UK often start to target markets abroad, because accessing larger patient bases and larger markets is easier, is an easier route to grow quicker. So I think there's a real opportunity to enable companies who have built their technology in the UK, who have had their foundation in academic research in the UK, all the way through to delivering it across the NHS, because that would be an absolute dream come true.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Peter. So we had a lot more road we could have covered, but unfortunately we're out of time. We've now got a 10-minute break before we return for the regulator session at 1:45. Firstly, a big thank you to all the participants who've joined us on the panel, to Peter, Anne-Marie, Joe and Sam, and also a big thank you to everyone who's kind of dialed in and made time to attend this session. It's very important for us that we build up an active relationship with would-be applicants, and we'll be building on that through our communications program going forward. The next round call will open in early November. We will be publishing a suite of documents that we've referred to, both through the AAC website, the AI Award, and also through NIHR. And we will be building up a community of practice and making sure that we're kind of capturing emails and making sure we're pushing out relevant content to people who are interested in it. So thank you very much. I hope this is the start of an ongoing dialogue rather than a kind of one-off session, and enjoy the rest of your day and rest of the conference.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to the NHS AILab panel session, which is on showcasing the new multi-agency advice service for AI technologies in health and care and what will be achieved over the next year. I'm Peter Williams. I'm the head of AI regulation and policy in the NHS AILab, and I'll be chairing this session. I'd just like to introduce our excellent panel members for this session from each of the regulatory agencies. So from the agency that's leading the development of this service, from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, can I introduce Jeanette Kusel, who is the Director for NICE Scientific Advice. We also, from the Care Quality Commission, have Zoe Fife, who is the Interim Head of Strategy. And from the Health Research Agency, we have Naho Yamazaki, who's the Head of Policy and Engagement. And last but by no means least, from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, we have Graham Tunbridge, who's Director of Devices. I'm delighted that you've all been able to spare some time to join this panel today. I think it should be quite a good session. There will be some opportunities towards the end, as there have been with some of the other panel sessions that have taken place, for a bit of Q&A. So please do put some questions into the chat as we go along, and we will refer to those towards the end of the session, and I will try and pull out some of the top ones, because we have some time for Q&A, but we can't run into the next session. So just as a bit of an overview, I think it's pretty abundantly clear that the regulatory pathway for AI technologies in the health and care system in this country is pretty complex. There are a variety of different needs, and innovators that are new to the health and care system can find it quite difficult to navigate, and often difficult to find and access the right regulatory support at the right stage of the development of their products. So sort of an overarching vision for this service, for the multi-agency advice service, the name is subject to change, I'd just like to say, but I'm sure Jeanette will cover that in more detail shortly, is that we're trying to set up a one-stop shop, essentially, for innovators needing support at any stage of the regulatory pathway without the need to access separate agencies. So, without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Jeanette from NICE to provide a bit of an overview of the proposed service and a bit of the detail alongside it. And Jeanette, you have some slides, and following Jeanette, we'll hear from the other panel members about the importance of this service from the perspectives of their agencies. So, Jeanette, over to you.
Great, thanks for the fantastic introduction, Peter. So I will be presenting on the project aims, who is involved in the project, why there is a need for this coordinated advice service, the current scope of the advice service as we see it, who it is for, and our plans for delivering the project. As Peter has said, the name is a working title, and one of the first stages of the project will be to come up with a new name for it that will, I'm sure, evolve as we go through. So in terms of the project aim, just waiting for the slide to change. So in terms of the project aim, we are looking to research, test and develop a multi-agency advice service that will offer support, information and advice on the regulation and the health technology assessment for artificial intelligence technologies in the health and care system. And we have a vision that the service will provide an easy to access, comprehensive information and support. And the idea is that this is for innovators so that they can meet the robust measures of assurance in the safety and quality of the technologies that they are developing, but also for the health and care providers so that they have the knowledge and the tools to help them adopt and deploy the best technologies. So in terms of who is involved, this is an NHS X funded project through the AI Lab that we're launching today. So the NHS X have oversight of the project progress. But it is the 4 core agencies who are working as equal partners for delivering this project. So it's NICE, CQC, MHRA and HRA, as Peter has already introduced. At NICE, we're hosting the Secretariat, which is going to be a core team that's going to coordinate across the different agencies. And we're currently recruiting to that team to get the project kicked off. We know that there'll be many other stakeholders involved. It's not just going to be these 4 core agencies. There's lots of different players in this space, and some of them are listed down the right-hand side here of the slide. And we will be engaging with all of these agencies. This is not a comprehensive list. There'll be many other organisations and users that we will be engaging with. And the first stage of the project is to map out all of the stakeholders involved. So what do we know about the current issues with the system about regulating and evaluating AI? Well, the first thing to say is that each agency has their own experience of the issues around communicating and advising on their regulatory and evaluation processes. So each agency will be bringing that advice and that experience to this project. And Zoe, Naho and Graham will talk more about the experiences from their organisations and what they hope to get out of this advice service. From a NICE perspective, one key challenge that we encounter is that AI developers don't realise that there is additional evidence requirements beyond the evidence requirements for their CE mark. So in order to access the NHS, there are additional evidence requirements to show that these technologies do actually work in practice compared to what is currently standard of care. We want to ensure that these technologies are actually effective compared to standard of care, safe compared to what we're currently doing in the NHS, and that they're value for money and cost effective. So one of the key aims for NICE of this advice service is to work alongside the other agencies to help providers understand those additional evidence requirements and to help the innovators plan their evidence generation at an early stage when they're also planning their regulatory evidence. So that's from a very NICE perspective, and as I say, our colleagues from the other agencies will talk about their perspectives. On this slide, we have 5 tension points that have been identified through some broader research that's been funded by NHS X that looked at mapping the regulatory pathway for AI technologies. And as you can see here, there's various issues that they identified around the fact that there's several regulators, which makes coordination hard. And sometimes there's not clarity over the different remits of the different regulators, and there can be overlapping remits as well as the fact that sometimes just the regulation can be wrongly interpreted on the ground and people don't know where to go to understand the regulation better. So many of these tension points can only be addressed when the key regulators are working together. Hence this multi-agency approach that we're pioneering in this project. Together, we will be able to provide more coordinated guidance on the regulation and evaluation. We hope to address areas that are unclear or overlapping. And we also hope to put our collective brain power into working out how regulation and health technology assessment need to evolve to cope with the future AI technologies that we're seeing. So what is in scope? What are we actually going to be giving advice on? Well, the scope of the project is not fully determined yet. It will be determined after we've done the initial stage of user research to actually understand what are the needs of this service before we try and have a guess at it. We do envisage that the things on the right-hand side will probably be elements of the advice. They will be advising on the actual requirements for regulatory and health technology assessment purposes. We'll look at the evidence generation to actually meet those requirements. The advice may cover elements of adoption and deployment in health and care services to ensure that is being done according to the regulations. And also we have a signposting, probably have a signposting remit as well to actually to signpost towards additional information and support that can be found. It's first worth mentioning that the scope of the project that we're doing, rather than the service specifically, is broader than the service that we will be developing, because we also have an aim to identify the gaps in regulation. And as we have a policy work stream that's being led by CQC, where we're going to be working further on identifying these gaps in the regulatory and evaluation processes for AI, and hope to influence and inform policy changes that will be able to fix those issues. It's also worth noting, noted at the bottom of this slide, the geographical scope of the project. So the different agencies involved do have different legal remits across England and the devolved nations. So we are starting with England only for this particular service, but we are going to explore expanding it out to the other devolved nations according to interest from those nations, and also from the feedback of users in terms of what their needs for this service are. So who will be using the service? Well, we are aiming it at anybody who is involved in the development or the deployment of AI technologies in health and social care. So this will include innovators, those who are developing the AI technologies and trying to navigate the system to bring their products to the NHS. These are not always companies, which is why we've not put companies here. Sometimes it is companies, sometimes it's innovators within the NHS itself that are pioneering the apps themselves in terms of developing this AI technology. We're also aiming it at providers and also users of the AI, so which could be clinicians, it could be hospital managers or patients who want to understand more about what the regulations are behind these technologies that they are going to be using. The first main stage of the project is to conduct some audience research, and the aim of this is to establish barriers and identify the knowledge gaps that are faced by the users of this service, so that we're not designing something that we think is going to solve the needs of these users, but actually we can fully understand what those needs are. And then a sort of a second phase will be when we're actually developing the solution. It could well be a digital solution that we develop as part of sitting within this service that we're going to be offering. And we'll do further audience research to really scope it, to inform it, and to iterate it as we test and refine it. And then, as I said before, we also want to identify and address areas where regulation is unclear and ineffective. And to be able to do that, we need to find out what is unclear and ineffective on the ground. So to give you an overview, a high-level overview of the project plan, obviously we have lots of detailed documents detailing our deliverables and timelines. And this shows the top-line project plan. We're in the first phase here, the preliminary research, where we are setting up the project, recruiting into the project teams, and initiating the discovery, where we're going to be, one element of course, is the audience research that I've looked at, and then we'll be designing what we think the service should look like. So then the second part is actually the building and designing of the service, where we will develop it and, importantly, continue to iterate it. So we'll continue to test it with different users and continue to improve it, so that towards the end of the funded 3 years, we have a service that is up and running and ready to roll out, that we have that we're getting excellent feedback on from users, and that we're able to demonstrate the value of having this service. In terms of service sustainability, we are going to be looking at this, of course, right from the beginning of the project, because we don't want this service to stop after 3 years, but this will be a full focus in the last section of the project. So I'll stop there and hand back to Peter. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you, Jeanette. Really great overview and really great vision, and I think it's going to be a really important project, a really important piece of work. It's great that it's bringing together all of the bodies that it is. And so I'd like to hand over to Zoe Fife from CQC, just to talk a little bit about what this service means from their perspective. So Zoe is the interim head of strategy at NICE. Zoe, over to you.
At CQC, I'm interim head of strategy at CQC, sorry. Thanks, Peter. So this is a project we are really excited to be involved in. Fundamentally, for CQC, we need to deliver our purpose, which is about making sure that people receive safe, high-quality care. And we see supporting innovation and the adoption of new technology as a crucial part of that. There is a tension there sometimes. We have to strike what can be a tricky balance between helping make sure that technology that can have a meaningful, positive impact on people's care can get to the front line, but we also need to protect them from risks that might be associated with changes in how things are done, with new innovations and with technology development. And then as the technology evolves, our approach to understanding and to regulating it has to as well. I think it's fair to say that some of, for example, the legislation we work within wasn't designed with this sort of technology in mind. So we are constantly working to keep our approach up to date so that we can regulate effectively. Over the last 18 months, we've been really working to develop our regulation in this area. One of the things that's included has been a sandboxing project looking at machine learning in diagnostic services, for example, which I'm sure some of the attendees today will have contributed to. We've learned a lot from that and from our wider work about the issues and challenges that are important to health and care providers, to innovators, to people using services and to regulators. And we are really hopeful that the multi-agency advice service is going to help us act on some of that learning. So that includes, for example, working together to provide clarity to providers and to other stakeholders about the regulatory system and about what it is in the adoption of technology that allows that to be done in a way that delivers safe and high quality care for people using services. And I guess just to add, it's of course really very early days of the project, but we think it's got really good potential. We're hoping to work with the partners in the project, not just to address the challenges we already know about, and there are a number that we already know about, but also to think about what's sort of on the horizon and what's coming our way, so that we're able to sort of be ready for that, ready to regulate in a way that is effective and proportionate, but that sets us up well for the future. So thinking already, I think, beyond the 3 years of this project and what might come next.
Excellent, thank you, Zoe. Really helpful to get CQC's perspective, and apologies that I got the organisation wrong despite getting it right in the first instance. So thank you very much. That was great. We now have from the Health Research Agency Naho Yamazaki, who's the head of policy engagement. Naho, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Health Research Authority, I'll just give you a quick background. We are a non-departmental public body of the Department of Health and Social Care, and we have a remit to protect and promote the interests of patients and the public in health and social care research. And we do this by firstly reviewing research studies through our 64 research ethics committees. Secondly, by reviewing application for the use of identifiable patient data without consent through the confidentiality advisory group that we support. Thirdly, we provide expert advice and guidance to researchers. And finally, we provide specialist review and assurance of research on behalf of NHS organisations. We work across the whole of the health and care system across the UK and review around 6,000 new research studies each year. These range from multi-centre clinical trials of new medicines and advanced therapies to observational studies using tissue banks or health data, for instance. And we also review about 18,000 amendments to research studies. So as I said, providing advice and guidance to researchers is a core part of our business, and we're really excited to be working with CQC, NICE and MHRA on this joint advice service. For us, the joint advice service is particularly important for two aspects. One is on using patient data appropriately, and the other is on obtaining research approval, which includes ethical review. We really believe that both of these are crucial in protecting the interests of patients and the public, and in turn, maintaining the trust in the AI technologies that are being developed for and deployed in health and social care research. So through this advice service, we want to support people in using patient data appropriately, right from the development phase to through to the deployment and monitoring phase. And we also want people to get the right research approval, which is required if you're developing a device. So for instance, if you're generating evidence to demonstrate that a data-driven technology idea, design, or concept is feasible, it would usually be research, and that needs HRA approval. This may include early non-clinical studies on feasibility, safety, and efficacy. And we just want to make sure that these research approvals are obtained appropriately. But we also want to provide a seamless journey from the developers and segue that advice into a more streamlined approvals process. So in addition to this advice service, with funding support from NHS AILab, we're undertaking 2 projects to enable that. And the first one is to develop a more streamlined and coordinated process for reviewing applications for AI and data-driven medical devices. And this is in partnership with the MHRA. Through that project, we want to offer a coordinated advice and handling at application stage, a coordinated review process with shorter approval timelines, and a single outcome from both the agencies. The other project is to develop a streamlined approach to the review of studies using patient data without consent through the confidentiality advisory group that I mentioned. Through that project, we hope to offer a more proportionate review of studies using these data, and that to be a coordinated UK-wide approach. We also want to offer a modernised application portal because the current system is a little bit clunky, with clear questions and guidance and the visibility of the progress of the applications for the researchers. And finally, through the updated portal, we want to increase public visibility of the approved studies. So, like I said, we're really excited to be embarking on these projects, and no doubt we'll be contacting many of you who are on this call today. So thank you in advance for your collaboration. So thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Naho. Really considered coverage there. And we will have, there's a couple of questions coming into the chat for some of the panel, and I'll pick those up at the end. So finally, it'd be great to hand over to Graham Tunbridge from the MHRA to give a bit of a view from his perspective. Graham, over to you.
Thanks, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. It's always slightly odd doing this on Zoom call because you're broadcasting to a world of nothing. I'm glad someone in the chat said it's exciting because we are genuinely really excited about this. We know the MHRA experiences, we know through our innovation office that when you can bring together different parties and regulators in this way, that it has a huge amount of benefits. Peter, you mentioned the complexities here. We run a similar kind of service for regenerative medicine that brings together agencies, including HRA, nice as it happens. And we know how popular that is with innovators, with developers. It's massively valued. And picking up on Jeanette's point, we're really hoping to streamline the process through from clinical trials at the beginning, the HRA, MHRA angle there, through to adoption. Because if you're not thinking about adoption at the early stage, and you might lurch over the regulatory barrier, say, yes, I've got my CE mark, off we go, and then you suddenly discover there's a whole bunch of extra stuff you need to do to actually persuade anyone in the NHS that your product's worth taking up. So getting that at the early stage and understanding how you can build those blocks together is a critical thing, and we really think by working together we can support everyone to do that. I think the other point the couple of you referred to is that actually when we're involved in it, it supports us as organisations to take a critical eye at how our regulations fit together. We'd love to say they fit together like a jigsaw, completely seamless. There's no overlap whatsoever. We all know that's not the case. We all know that there are similar requirements somewhere, different requirements elsewhere. And this will really help us all take a critical eye, step back and say, how can we smooth this? How can we make it easier? How can we reduce those really frustrating steps where you're filling in the same form and giving it to 3 different people, but they require it in slightly different ways? So there's some of the real benefits there. I think from an MHRA specific perspective, we're also really excited this is coming at a time when the future world for the regulation of AI as a medical device is changing and evolving as well. the EU transition is ending at the end of the year, and rather than following the changes to EU rules that have quite a big impact on our software, we're continuing the current rules for a period of time. We've got about 2.5 years. And during that period, that's going to give us some time to think about, okay, so what does the future look like? Zoe mentioned that the regulations that are written often you end up crowbarring AI into it and kind of go, oh, it looks okay, that sort of fits, we'll make it work, but it never quite works in the right way. So there's a bill going through Parliament at the moment, the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill, that's going to give us powers to change what we do, to change how we regulate. And I'm really, really keen that we accelerate what we're doing in that area, particularly around looking at software and AI as a medical device, because I think it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to do something different. One of the questions in the chat was who do we know, what jurisdictions are doing this well? One of the areas that is doing this well is definitely the FDA. They're piloting, doing things in a very different way, and I'm really keen to learn from what they're doing. And when we put in place regulation in the future, I don't want this, I'm the MHRA, I'm only interested in if it's a medical device, and if it's not, it's completely regulated in a different way. You can go over there and follow those different rules. We need to think about the whole sector as an entirety and build up a regulatory picture that it just makes sense. And if you happen to flop into being a medical device from being a general product, then actually it shouldn't be that difficult to do the additional stuff you need, because the building blocks are there. So I'll leave it there, Peter, and I think we've got a bit of time for some questions.
Excellent, thank you, Graham, and completely agree. You know, there is a real opportunity here to develop an excellent service, and potentially to look at how we streamline the regulatory service as we are leaving the EU and moving from CE marking to UK CA marking in June 2023 for medical devices and software as medical devices. So there's a real opportunity here to speed things up slightly, yet not in any way compromise the safety, efficacy of products that are being developed and passed through. So yeah, it's a really exciting time, and there's lots of lessons to be learned from other areas, including, as you quite rightly say, Graham, FDA. Great, thank you all so much. That was really helpful. So we've got a little bit of time left, about 10 minutes, to cover off some of the questions in the chat. There aren't a huge number that have been pouring through, and Graham, you seem to have just answered one of them inadvertently. Well, not inadvertently, because you actually just read it out of there, but that kind of segued nicely into what you were talking about then. So someone said this is very exciting. It'll be interesting to see the gaps and overlaps. Will the industry be involved in the audience research? And if so, what mechanisms will there be to be involved? Jeanette, can I pass that one to you to pick up?
Yes, of course. Well, it's easy to answer. Industry will absolutely be involved in the audience research. They're one of the key users under the innovators bracket. So we are currently sort of collating a list of different innovators and companies that we will want to talk to. We want to get, obviously, in the audience insights piece of work, we want to get a breadth of different types of companies. So some from the UK, some who are coming to the UK from an international perspective and wanting to launch in the NHS, different size companies, maybe different backgrounds. So we definitely want a breadth. If you're interested in getting involved in this, you can get in touch with us. I don't know what the easiest way of sending my email address to you, but you can.
I was just going to interrupt. Sorry, just to say that I believe we're capturing these questions, and they will be linked to people's registration email addresses. So we'll be able to follow up on some of those. I'll be able to get stuff through to you, Jeanette, and in particular the person that's asked this question.
Fantastic. Well, please do send your interest our way. We are interested in expanding that list. And if obviously we can't talk to every single company who might be interested in the audience research part, but we are also planning a stakeholder engagement stream of work where we will have regular sort of check-in sessions with people who are interested to hear more about this project, to keep our stakeholders up to date, to get their feedback on how we're progressing, and to sort of take people on this journey with us.
Excellent, thank you. So just filtering through a couple of the questions. There's one for you, Zoe. Could you say a bit more about the issues around AI that seem to be important to health and care providers? Has CQC carried out some research on this?
Yeah, so we haven't, it's not that we've done a formal research project, but the sandbox that I mentioned and various kind of other bits of engagement as well, we've certainly got learning from. So I'll talk through a couple of the sort of issues that are coming through that are important. Firstly, accountability, and providers are really interested in understanding who's accountable for what when this sort of when these sort of devices are being implemented. That can be a complex question, but would really highlight to people the importance on clarity over arrangements that are in place, potentially between developers and providers, for example. We often get asked about registration arrangements, who needs to register with CQC. There's not a blanket rule that I can tell people about for that, because it depends on the exact arrangements within that setting. Other issues that that are really relevant for health and care providers, assurance of quality of care. So we found previously that care services don't always have the capability they need to understand how systems are performing once they're implemented. One of the gaps that we know about that we're hoping to look at within the advice service work is about the technical assurance that can be taken once a device is being implemented. So we know, for example, that performance of devices varies between sites and populations. So providers can't always rely on results from other sites to assure themselves that their patients that they're looking for, that they're looking after in front of them, are getting a high quality, a sort of high quality outcome. There's also issues around lack of standards being in place, so knowing what to do. Fundamentally, though, I think providers are really interested in the people that are receiving care, much as we are. They want to make sure that the end result is positive, so they're really thinking about patients at the end of the day. It's probably worth just me mentioning that when we are looking at quality of care, we're asking 5 key questions. We always ask the same 5 key questions. Is it safe? Is it effective? Is it caring? Is it responsive? And is it well led? And they're all things that health and care providers are interested in demonstrating when they're implementing technology. They're interested in how we inspect those things, and that's something we're always kind of developing.
Great, thank you. There were a couple of questions. There weren't that many left, so I'll pad out a little bit and maybe talk for a little bit longer about a couple of things at the end. So there's a couple of things in the chat about Public Health England and the need for them to be on the list of stakeholders. They have a research governance process of their own for anyone wanting to use AI in screening. Data is a necessity for AI. Will the ICO also be involved in this programme? Any takers from the panel want to pick that one up?
I can start, Peter. Just on the ICO, they were listed in the slide. They absolutely will be engaged in this project as we develop it and work out what we are going to be advising on and how they can support us in that. And the same with PHE. They weren't in the list, but it couldn't fit everything on the slide. But it's a really good point that when it comes to screening, and we are seeing a lot of AI technologies that are actually quite ready for deployment in the area of screening. I know there was a session on the AI awards, and a lot of those are diagnostics and screening technologies. And there's the PHE, have a role there in terms of the research governance elements. So yes, absolutely, they will be a stakeholder that we will engage with as well, or wherever that function goes as PHE evolves.
Yeah. Excellent, thank you, Jeanette. There is one on what is the reimbursement strategy for AI deployment within the NHS, and who is currently working on this, please? I think this is a bit of a wider question than just on regulation itself and what this session's meant to really be covering. There is quite a lot of work going on in the NHS Centre for Expertise, looking at different commercial models and ways of gaining the absolute best benefit for the NHS, and in particular around the use of data and the safe use of data. So have a look at, there will be the NHSX data strategy is, as Simon Madden referred to earlier on in the day, is being developed by NHSX at the moment, and there will be elements touching on that within the strategy. Thanks for the question, but slightly outside of the remit of this chat. Someone said the project is focused on AI, but there are many issues in applying existing regs to broader digital health technologies. As you develop policy recommendations, can you look at this wider scope? Great, Jeanette, Graham. I'm thinking maybe Graham, you may want to say a few words on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is yes, of course. Clearly, AI sits within the bigger digital health world, and I'm very clear that we absolutely need to apply the lessons here more broadly. It's very, very clear, albeit the focus of today and the focus generally of NHS in this area is around the use of AI. So that will unapologetically be the focus of it. But there's lots to learn, and I'm absolutely clear that we can draw those wider learnings.
Excellent, thank you. And I think there's there were quite a lot of links up with the proposed innovation service that will be coming out in the next year or so, and we are making sure that we link up with that service. So there's sort of an nice aligned approach of should be relatively seamless. There was a question that has just been flagged to me that was quite early on, that was a sort of a supplementary to someone writing their first part of the question, which is how do you access the advice service? Jeanette, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I can start on that one. I guess the answer at the moment is that we don't know, because we are still very early on in this project. So we're still working out what the actual advice service is going to look like when it's operationalized. There could well be, as we said, a digital component, which could be a website where there might be a way for people to get in touch via the website. We could have a helpline that people can get in touch with. So there may be several routes. We need to work out what the best routes to offer are during the audience insight and then the later testing to make sure they're actually working and they're actually feasible. But that's where we're going at the moment. And as you say, Peter, whatever we produce, we need to make sure it's completely aligned and integrated to what else is out there at the moment. And that is also a work stream that we're kicking off at the moment to understand what other initiatives are out there, what other digital solutions are out there that we might need to integrate with. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. There is one final question before I just do a quick handover, and this is quite a complex one, so very quick fire answer. Will the panel see this multi-agency advice service become a single regulatory authority to issue market authorization in time? Does anyone want to volunteer to pick that one up? I don't think that is the case. Anyone?
I'm happy to have a go at that, Peter. I think, as you say, let's not take anything off the table. I think that what success will look like is if it feels like a single regulatory authority to people coming in, because this is the whole purpose of it. It's a single front door. It's a coordinated advice. So actually, the fact that we happen to be 4 different organisations in the background shouldn't really matter. The purpose of it is to break that down entirely and say, you don't need to worry about who you speak to. We'll do all those mechanics behind there. You just need to make sure that you've got the right information for us so that we can do that help and advice and signpost you through the system, and the steps will follow and it'll feel completely seamless. That is what success will look like. So it will feel like it even if it's not there.
Brilliant, fantastic answer, thank you, and probably a great moment to end the Q&A on as we're about to run over. Just before we go, I just wanted to flag another piece of work that's happened over the summer and a report that's just been published. So Reform held an AI policy hackathon back in July on realising smart regulation in healthcare. And they've just today published their write-up. So I just want to flag that for the audience. If you just Google that, you'll be able to find it on the Reform website. It's a really, really good read. So I just finally would like to thank all of the panel members. It's been excellent, and thank you so much for sparing your time for this event today, and for all of your input. I'm sure if there was a live audience, we could get them to applaud you, but thank you from me at least, because I can say it to you. So just to say, next up on the agenda is Nina Wilson, and Nina is going to be presenting on the procurement, so what is different about procuring AI. It's a conversation on the buyer's guide to AI in health and care. So thanks all so much for joining this session, and I'll hand over to you, Nina.
Thank you very much, Peter. Delighted to introduce this session. My name's Nina Wilson. I'm Head of Standards in AI and the Knowledge Hub at NHSX. And this session is all about procurement. We're looking at what's different about procuring AI. I'm sure many of you will have seen our recent publication, The Buyer's Guide to AI, which aims to provide advice and guidance to the system about how to successfully select the product for implementation. What we're doing in this session is to bring that to life with live debate from people who have expertise and real-life experience in doing this. The mission of the Buyer's Guide and this session is to promote informed and empowered consumer choice. We want to bring confidence to those charged with procurement of technological solutions across the system. And today, the structure for the discussion is going to be around the buyer's journey, from thinking about deploying an AI solution, the implementation and beyond. But before we get into the discussion, I'd like to welcome our wonderful panel today. We have Hardeep Duty, Haris Shuaib, Nick Barlow, and Jacques Dupree. Some brief introductions. Hardeep Duty is Head of Strategy and Development at the recently formed NHSX Centre of Expertise. This centre has the remit to provide specialist commercial and legal advice to NHS organisations entering into data agreements. She has a background in consulting and most recently led the strategy and policy for integrated care systems at NHS England and Improvement. Haris Shuaib is Senior Magnetic Resonance Physicist at Guy's and St Thomas's Foundation Trust. He's currently undertaking a Topol Digital Fellowship to transform GSTT into an AI-enabled trust. And he's also the AI Transformation Lead for the London Medical Imaging and AI Centre for Value-Based Healthcare, which is a bit of a tongue twister, where he is leading 20 projects to transform clinical pathways enabled by AI technologies. Nick Barlow, the Director of Applied Digital Healthcare at University Hospitals Birmingham, is leading digital innovations at one of the biggest NHS trusts in the country. He joined UHB in January this year and has since worked with clinical teams to deploy AI pathways during the height of the first COVID-19 wave. Jacques Dupree is co-founder of CFOS Biomedica. They provide regulatory and clinical support enabling medical technologies to get to and stay on the market. And Jacques has a particular interest in AI and software devices. So welcome to everybody on the panel. Thank you for joining us. I thought I'd kick off the discussion today, as mentioned, with that contemplation stage. How do you decide if an AI solution might be worth exploring, and how would you go about choosing a product? Haris and Nick, you've both been implementing AI, so I wonder if I could come to you for your thoughts on this.
I don't mind having a crack at this first. It's a complicated question, even though it sounds simple. It's about managing or balancing different priorities. So obviously, any sort of clinical transformation project, which is what introduction of AI inevitably is, requires significant clinical buy-in. And that doesn't mean just of having a single clinical lead, but really a whole department buying into the process and the project. At the same time, you need to balance that with what is most likely to be successful. And that's a really important requirement with AI, because there have been very well-known failures of developing AI and introducing AI and going back to probably more than 10 years. And so there needs to be sort of like a frank and structured discussion with operational data, clinical data, to understand what best aligns with your director or your trust strategic priorities, and then what would be most technically feasible. And finding that sort of balance would give you the best chance of success for the first few projects that you undertake.
Thank you, that's really helpful. So clinical buy-in and aligning with the priorities, and then also looking at what might be feasible. Nick, does that reflect your experience, and do you have anything additional to add?
Yeah, no, very, very much my experience here as well. I think the only other thing I would add is just keep it simple wherever possible. And again, I know this sounds perhaps overly simplistic, but having absolute clarity of what it is you're trying to achieve, what the problem that you're trying to solve is, and what your objective is before you jump to solutions. I guess one observation I've had from having worked with colleagues here and across the region is it's very easy to find a shiny new solution and try and retrofit a problem to it. But that's got to be the first and biggest pitfall with this new and really exciting field that has huge potential, in my opinion. But instead, if we can hold ourselves absolutely to line every single time, have clarity of what we're trying to achieve, look for the right solution, and then move on from there. And in my honest opinion, I think AI will contribute to be able to solve some of the more complex challenges we face. But there are plenty of solutions out there that don't need to involve AI, and there's no shame in that whatsoever. I think we need a whole range of tools to be able to tackle the vast range of challenges we've got on our plates.
Nick, is there a role for looking at where you might make the most impact first? There's a lot of solutions out there, and obviously one has to prioritise and take a stepwise approach. Is that something that you've been doing in your trust? And could you share anything that might help others?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the engineer in me. I'm an engineer by background and by training. But one of the first things I certainly did when I joined this organisation was just try to get my hands on as much information as physically possible. And I said actually in my interview for this role that I didn't want to become the no person, but a big part of my role has had to hold myself and the organisation to real clarity of what it is we're trying to achieve. And where are the groups of thousands of people, patients, local population, our staff, that we can actually help in a meaningful way, and actually have double-digit percentage points improvements in taking demand out of the system, or improving flow, or improving productivity. And frankly, there's enough, in my experience so far, there's enough opportunity to tackle those kind of problems that really we need to avoid the temptation to dabble really in solving a small problem in one corner of the organisation or one corner of the system that is really only going to help or support a few people when there's a much bigger problem to be tackled elsewhere. So yeah, I would be the biggest advocate of quantifying the potential first.
That's great, thank you. So once we've identified the right area to begin to explore deploying an AI technology and where that might be useful, how do we find a product of good quality? I can imagine it could be quite daunting from the array of choice that's out there, and also the technicality of the product. So if you're in a trust, how should you begin to find a product that you can rely on? And Jack, with your experience in regulatory matters and quality management, I wonder if you could come in and say a few words on that.
Hi, thanks, Nina. I think, when you have a look at AI, it's really in the very early stages of development. So there are so many companies out there. There's so much investment in it. It's still going to go through this growth phase and consolidation. So it is very challenging to pick a winner. And the reality is that you are not always going to be able to find a winner, and you're going to have some failures, and you're going to learn through that process, and that's acceptable. But when you're having a look at when you're going through all of your suppliers, once you've got that clarity of thought, you still need to make sure that what is on the market and what you introduce is legal. And so you want to go through the process of making sure that it's met all the requirements. And it's quite daunting, as Graham said, because you may well have a CE mark, but actually that's not sufficient for the trust or for the NHS institution that you're going for. And so as a procurement officer, and when you're looking at that from the trust perspective, there's so much that you have to cover off and understand, and so many nuances, and you're going to have to lean on your clinical lead and on the teams to make sure that they've done their due diligence to make sure the evidence is there and that the products really do work.
And are there any particular high yield areas to look at? I know sometimes in the past I've been talking with trusts about looking at that intended use statement, for example, just as a starter. But is it actually legally registered for doing what you want to do? Are there any other hotspot areas to really be aware of and home in on?
I think for me personally, I think the clinical evaluation report is something that all medical devices will need to produce, and it actually pulls together all the evidence and the claims that the device is making, and that's a really good place for someone to start, because it has all of the benchmarking tests, the verification and validation tests, but it also has all the clinical evidence, and all of that together is going to show that this device is safe, effective, and can be placed on the market. And so that's, for me, one of the documents that I'd want to see that someone produces. And, in the current regulatory environment, most companies, if they can, are trying to self-certify. And so they're trying to say that they only provide an indication, but the reality is they may be diagnosing, and physicians may be relying on that and not actually understanding that they need to independently make that decision. And so if they're going to be self-certified, they're effectively marking their own homework and saying we're good enough, putting forward a declaration of conformity. And so it comes back to the trusts and your clinicians to have a look at the underlying data, the clinical performance, and have a look at the clinical evaluation report to see, do they actually achieve what they're going to do? And also to hold them to the fact that they are only an indicator. So if they're straying beyond that intended use, as you said, Nina, if they're, outside of the intended use and effectively off-label, then to challenge the manufacturer to, have a look at upgrading the classification and going through that notified body audit and getting the evidence to show that they're really diagnosing, for example.
Great. So in that due diligence process, it's really important to have clear dialogue and to be aware that certain products may be self-certified, so have a good look at that clinical evaluation report. That's where a lot of the data is. Yes. Thank you. And Hardeep, I'd like to come to you. So once you've decided you're going to take the plunge, what should you consider when entering into an agreement or a contract with an AI solution? How can we get a fair deal, or if the NHS data starts to contribute to the product, how should we consider that?
Thanks, Nina. So I suppose the guide has some really useful information on the general commercial considerations when buying AI. But what I'd really like to do is just spend a couple of minutes talking through some of the trickier issues, particularly those circumstances that you point out when NHS data forms the basis of a partnership, or where there's potential for IP to be generated. And it's these sorts of partnerships that can be, pretty complex. And that word has been used many times today, because on the one hand, you're purchasing a product or service, but on the other side, you may also be entitled to value in return. So to support NHS organisations in this space, DHSC has set out 5 guiding principles, which you can find in the guide. And I'll pick out a couple of these and briefly discuss how they might apply when buying AI in particular. So there's a principle around fair value, and this is ensuring NHS organisations agree fair terms for their own organisation and for the NHS as a whole. And imagine a situation where an NHS organisation shares data with a vendor. They may actually be enabling the vendor to not only create an improved version of that early product, like retraining a model, but even developing a new product in itself. So in those circumstances, the NHS organisation may be knowingly or unknowingly contributing to this creation of IP and possibly entitled to a fair share of the value. So, I mean, in these circumstances, as with any other commercial agreement, you should consider what each party is bringing to the table. So that might be their respective contributions, roles, responsibilities, risks taken on or investment, as well as the other side. So what value is being achieved? Financial, yes, of course, but the in-kind benefits such as early access to new technologies, or shared insight that might strengthen institutional know-how, or even potential reputational benefits. There's also a principle on transparency. And while there may be understandably a natural drive to protect commercial interests, we do need to weigh this up against the need to foster public trust in this space and to help enable accountability. So in principle, contracts should be as open as possible. So do check the guide for more information on these and some of the other principles, but I think it's helpful for both NHS organisations and our partner innovators to be aware of them, to make sure that actually there's a shared understanding of what the expectations are. And we're here at the Centre of Expertise to provide hands-on support and guidance to the health sector organisations, so do reach out to us.
Thank you. And I expect we'll hear more from the Centre for Data Expertise over time, is that right?
Absolutely, and I should probably again borrow Jeanette's phrase that it's a working title. We will be launching next month, so look out for our webinars and events, along with a hopefully exciting new name.
Fantastic. Thank you. So now we have to get our product into active service. What happens when you come to implement the product? Is there live validation, and what engagement is required with the workforce and patients as well? Nick, Harris, you're our experts in implementation today. I wonder if I could come back to you to tell us about the highs and lows of implementing your products and really how to go about that.
So I'll start off with, it's not necessarily a low, but it's an interesting learning point. So the very, very first, as far as I know, clinical AI that we deployed at Guy's Thomas's was about, I think, 3 years ago, and it was pediatric bone aging. So it assesses childhood or pediatric bone development through hand x-rays. And it was a good first use case in that it's relatively low clinical risk. And so it was sort of like a quick win. And what we found after a while was that there was a divergence between what the AI was giving as a result and what some consultant clinical opinion was about the result. And it turned out that the AI was correct. And that it highlighted a couple of things. One, that, oh great, the AI works. And two, that we didn't have a strategy for dealing with this. We introduced a technology that could create, bona fide conflicts. And we didn't have sort of like a policy in place about how do you go and resolve these and who needs to be involved and whether there needs to be a process. And I don't think we've still solved it. It's a difficult issue. But we managed to, improve our consultant practice, and now the whole project has been running, with no glitches for the past 3 years. And what we've moved on to sort of more ambitious clinical projects. So one of the ones we're working at the moment is brain hemorrhages that present through our A&E department. So this is really to support our overnight registrar. So we have one registrar that is covering 3 hospitals. And really we're trying to support their prioritization of tasks overnight. And in this scenario, we selected a technology, a company that had very good publication record, very impressive technical results. And what we did was we had a data set of about 400 head CTs, where we had 3 consultants tell us what the actual result was of the CT, and then tested the algorithm against it. And the algorithm did okay, but it also failed to process anything for about 100 of our scans. And that's because a lot of our A&E patients weren't aligned properly in the CT scanner, right? So the images were not true axials, and the algorithm couldn't handle this. And so in fact, 25% of our scans just failed to process. So these are some of the things that you don't realize until you actually run your data through the technology and be like, this is a problem.
That's really interesting. I was struck by how stressful it must be to cover 3 hospitals overnight. But also really good to hear that real life story and what you experienced about human and machine working together, and some of those teething troubles, I guess, as you learn exactly how to work with the machine. Nick, anything to add from your side?
Yeah, I think my only advice perhaps would be don't be pulled into thinking this is just about the technology. Clearly, we've discussed already that there's huge scrutiny that needs to quite rightly go into understanding clinical trial information, how generalizable the model would be, and that is rightly a huge area of focus. And I noticed in the chat channel, maybe we'll come back to it later, there's a question about kind of the clinical AI to scrutinize some of these models. But ultimately, the NHS and health and care in general is a people system, right? And so all of the basics and the fundamentals around change management and human behaviour still apply, if anything more so in my experience in this field than they do, when you're trying to implement something simpler that people perhaps a bit more familiar with. So all of the basics around change management and behavioural change, I would suggest people give significant time and attention to, just as much as they do the kind of clinical validation and scrutiny. That would be my first point. And then the other one would be, again, sort of building on a similar point, really, don't neglect the operational impact of the end-to-end pathway. So again, in our experience from deploying a number of these solutions, there's a lot of scrutiny around the part that involves AI. Again, for good reason, it's novel, but certainly a mistake I have made and our organisation has made is probably neglecting then the broader impact on the end-to-end pathway. And actually, we've had examples over the recent months where the AI itself has been working beautifully, but the rest of the end-to-end pathway could be quite painful. So again, these are obvious things in hindsight, but I hope it's helpful to share that experience with others.
Really valuable, I think, really helpful to hear that. Thank you. So then if we come to perhaps the final part, once we've implemented the solution, what happens next? What about maintenance and evaluation and support? And we've already heard that sometimes unexpected things can happen once the solution is implemented. So how do we prepare for that? Jack, I wondered if you might have any comments on ongoing assurance.
Yeah, I think, just like, it is ongoing, that's in its name. And so it's not about getting it over the hurdle. And as Nick was saying, and actually Harris right at the beginning, this is just part of the solution, it's not the solution. And with your solution that you've put in, you're going to have to walk with it through the journey. And all of the departments are going to need to do that. And that includes the regulatory, that includes the procurement, and back to what Hardeep was saying around collecting the evidence and the data around value for money. And is it performing in the way that you thought it would? Because it may perform slightly different, as Harris demonstrated. And that's a great time to engage and be engaged with the manufacturer, because actually a lot of these technologies are new and young, and actually by you backing them, you are actually giving them the opportunity to be successful for many of these cases, and you have the opportunity to form and shape them and provide that kind of input that will make them, for example, in the case of the imaging, they may well have changed their technology, and it'd be interesting to hear from Harris whether they tweak their algorithm and the way that they set up so that they could actually handle those types of images. So I think that's the message that I'd like to share. It's not just about getting it over the hurdle and into place, but that you've got to walk with it. And the regulatory requirements and the clinical safety requirements are ongoing, and they need to be renewed and they need to be updated, and you need to effectively have a process for evaluating, checking, and feeding back what you've learned and that people have kept compliant through it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's really helpful. And if I come back to do any of the other panel members who might like to comment, I think, Harris, it was really intriguing to hear that you had that incident where the AI was working really, really well, and that didn't quite match up with clinical practice. What should people think about in terms of? I mean, that's a good outcome. Obviously, tricky perhaps to manage, but there may be also situations where it just, for other reasons, doesn't perform as expected. How do you go about looking out for that and responding to those challenges?
So, I mean, from my perspective, this is where the sort of department-wide buy-in at the beginning is super important, right? Because you want everyone to have bought in from the beginning that, we're going to try and assess and use this technology, and it's going to be for everyone's betterment, rather than there's one sort of tech-savvy radiologist or clinician who's sort of forcing it on everyone, and that makes those awkward conversations even more difficult. Whereas if everyone was sort of part of the team to begin with, then handling those issues makes it easier. But even then, there will be just normal discrepancies, right? These systems are not perfect and nothing is perfect. And so there does need to be a process of some form of regular audit or discrepancy reviews. And this is sort of slightly my bugbear with AI, is that this is where its value and particularly its economic benefit gets blunted. Because if we have to set up, like an MDT every week just to review the AI results and to make sure that we haven't missed anything, then how much time is it saving? How much, for our staff? And so this is part of the equation as well, is when you're selecting a technology, is that how much hand-holding will this need and how many problems will it throw up once we sort of let it run. The other thing that you have to be wary of, especially when you're evaluating a technology, when you've just deployed it, is that there's a lot of attention on that technology from the supplier and their engineers and your staff. When that attention goes away, when the supplier's engineers don't get back to you within an hour, but within a few days, do those slight glitches become bigger problems? And that's something we're still trying to figure out. It's such a nascent space. It's difficult to understand what that model looks like.
Is that something that needs to be thought about up front in terms of contracting?
Yes, I mean, definitely that. Yeah. So you definitely need to think about, getting commitments from the suppliers in terms of putting it down in the contract, how much support they can provide in terms of their engineering expertise. But also, this is where it's really important to speak to anywhere else where it might have been deployed. And that's always sort of like the NHS MO. You speak to your colleagues at other hospitals and say, like, what was your experience like using this? So you have a better understanding of what real world use looks like.
Well, I'm delighted that you mentioned that, because people attending the conference today will have heard Indra announce the setup of our AI virtual hub for people to do just that, to post questions and share their learning. So it is a relatively short session today, and we're going to be coming to the Q&A in a moment. But I just wondered if the panel had any final comments that they would like to make before I come on to your top tips. Fantastic. Okay, in that case, as we discussed, I'd like each of you to perhaps just finish up with something for our audience to take away. Hardeep, can I start with you?
Yeah, excuse me. I feel like I'll be sort of echoing and summarising a number of the comments that my colleagues have made earlier, but I'd really encourage you to take a step back and think about what you're trying to achieve for your patients and for your organisation. I mean, it's rarely going to be simple with this type of partnership, and it may not be that you're buying a product and therefore you need a traditional buyer-seller transaction. You may need a more sophisticated partnership, and certainly picking up on some of the points that Harris just made in terms of performance management and oversight, and the intensity of that. So being in there for the long term is definitely something to think about, as well as the kind of benefits and the risks to each party. And based on that, what is a fair model? Because that's not something that's easy to answer, and maintaining that relationship over time is critical. So definitely keeping the big picture in mind.
Thank you. And I'm going around my screen. Jacques?
Yes, I'm going to look at it from the manufacturer's perspective in this case, I think, and say to all the trusts out there, you have an opportunity to help a lot of companies be successful as well. That makes a very big difference if you see a great technology and you seek really good clinical evidence, and then you actually provide them with their first contract and to walk through. You may be the cornerstone of their success. And so I'd encourage you, once you've done your due diligence, to give those companies a chance out there. And that's how we'll grow the AR business in the UK.
Thank you. Nick, you're next on my screen.
Thank you. I was going to say one thing, but I'll just build on Jack's point first, if I may. We've talked a lot about almost the objective criteria that we use to assess new technologies and provide the right level of scrutiny, which I think is the top priority when we're deciding how to move forward with this kind of technology. But my only addition to that would be don't forget the human element to all of this with the organisations and the partnerships you're working with. So public-private sector arrangement, for example. I think everyone's acknowledged that this technology is new and evolving and developing, so it's important that you can work with people on a very human, personal level as this stuff develops and progresses over the years to come. So prompt discussion and debate about future roadmaps and development capability as much as you do about where people are up to today. And then my final sort of top tip, I guess, is just coming back to the opening comment about keep it simple, have absolute clarity of what it is you're trying to achieve, and then find the most simple and appropriate solution, and then build from there.
Thank you. Harris?
Yeah, so if there was one thing I could get people to take away from listening today, is to think about staff. The success and failure of this is going to be based on our staff. We need to become more intelligent buyers of technology, of AI, and more intelligent users. And without that, these issues are going to persist through the system. And so when we are, embarking on those first 2-3 projects, we need to think about who is getting involved in delivering these projects within our hospitals, and how can we build on that momentum so that we grow a sustainable workforce, right? And really, ideally, in the long term, it's going to have some serious higher up thought, maybe the Faculty of Clinical Informatics, the Royal Colleges, to think about how do we develop this new workforce. And I think Nick might have experienced this in his institution and other hospitals as well, where this requirement of a clinical data scientist is sort of emerging, someone who understands sort of the clinical workflow and the clinical needs, as well as the technology itself. And so I would really stress that people need to think about this for the future.
Thanks very much. And thank you to all our panel members today. I mean, I think that's been a really informative session. We've heard about the need for clinical buy-in, aligning with priorities, and the feasibility of the technology, looking for high impact areas, making sure you have a look at the clinical evaluation report for the data on the product, looking at the principals and the centre of expertise, and don't hesitate to reach out to them for advice on making those data agreements. Think very carefully about change management, as you would for the implementation of anything. Think about your staff a lot, because they're going to be the ones using it and implementing this with you on the journey. We also covered a little bit about what happens after implementation and what you should look out for, and how you can retain that dialogue with the supplier. So we've got some time for Q&A now, and we've had some things posted in the chat. I think the first one here is an interesting one. Do the panel agree that every NHS trust needs a clinical AI department to help them develop or validate or procure AI, as was recently proposed in the BMJ? Or is this something where several trusts should collaborate to set one up?
So I just responded to this question actually in the chat to Jeremy. And so I think there needs to be a clinical AI service in the NHS, or several of them. But I don't think the economics work for every hospital or health institution to have their own clinical AI department. And we have similar models that we can sort of copy. So from my background in imaging, we have, for example, imaging physicist departments, right? So Guy's Thomas has an MRI physics department, right, which is very niche expertise. And we help in site planning, procurement, acceptance testing, staff training, the sort of stuff that you want the clinical AI department to do. But we don't exist in every hospital. We get contracted out to the DGHs to provide those same services. So I think that model works quite well already, and might be what this clinical AI department might look like.
Yes, I'll chip in there, Nina. I would agree with that. I think there's not going to be a single solution, and certainly as Harry said, the economics may not add up for every trust. But wearing my previous ICS hat, if we're thinking about systems and moving to system thinking, there's a role in there for systems as well as localities to figure out what best meets the needs there locally. So I don't think there's a straight answer across the country. It will look different, but certainly doing things at a slightly larger scale and working in that hub and spoke model is probably the way to go.
Fantastic. And actually, there's a second part to this question, which says, we've mentioned CE mark not being enough evidence for a trust. What else would a trust need to see beyond what is generated in that process?
I'm happy to take that one on. Yeah, so what you find quite a lot is trusts will want, a clinical safety case. They might want a GDS, and depending on the classification of the device, they may have less confidence. As I said, if it's a class 1 device and you self-cert, they're going to want to see a lot more on the actual clinical evidence that you have and the studies. And actually for CE marking, your clinical evidence requirements are sometimes lower than what a trust would like to see, that you're actually making a difference and being successful. So they may want to see a larger study around that. So that's just some of the evidence that a trust will be looking for. I don't know if Harris or Nick have got more to add to that.
Yeah, but it's very much related to me, to the first one. I have to say we're very fortunate in this part of the world to have colleagues such as Alistair Denniston and Xiao Liu, who are extraordinarily knowledgeable on this subject. And they're my turn to people. And going back to the previous point, I would agree that every NHS trust needs access to clinical AI expertise. I'm perhaps slightly agnostic to whether that sits in the trust or at an STP or a regional level, or even a national level. But absolutely every organisation needs to be able to tap into that resource, because as everyone is very aware, there is not yet a single bar that everyone needs to hit and achieve that just says, yep, you're good to go. So it is complex. It isn't always black and white. Yeah, that would be my advice.
Thank you. And another question here is one quite close to my heart. I wonder if the panel would be able to comment on what the indemnity requirement is for clinicians using AI in diagnosis. That, to me, sounds like one of those additional things that needs to be thought about in that planning for implementation. That's something that you've had to address in your respective trusts.
So I'll have a crack at this. It's a difficult question. I don't think there needs to necessarily be a separate sort of indemnity requirement when using AI in diagnosis, if we've done the appropriate, we follow the appropriate process in sort of clinical risk management. Whenever you're deploying any sort of health IT, there should be an appropriate clinical risk management process where you take into account the various risk mitigation strategies that a product already comes with and ones that you might install after deployment. And if those are in place, then it's no different to using any other technology. The difficulty is that with a lot of cutting edge technology, the risk benefit profile is unknown or unknowable in a lot of scenarios. And in that case, deploying it for routine clinical use, it does create these sort of issues, and I don't have a good answer.
I suspect this is a question for the GMC at the moment, and it might be helpful to know that there is somebody working with us in the AI team at NHSX who is researching actually this very point. So looking at all the legal ramifications of that concept of, if the AI says one thing and it's decision support and the clinician says another, what should you do? And if either one of you is wrong, where does that liability lie? So I think that is raising a very interesting ethical and legal question around the implementation of AI that we obviously need to resolve to make sure all our clinicians are feeling really comfortable. So I think if that's all the questions for today, I'll wrap the session up. Again, thank you so much to all our panelists. I think it's been a fantastic session and really insightful. We've got a 10-minute break now, and then we'll be starting again at 3:15 with Dominic Krishnan, who's going to be leading the session on the National COVID Imaging Database. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nina.
Hello, my name is Dominic Cushionen, and I have the privilege of working in the NHS AI Lab, heading up some of the work around AI and medical imaging, and we're going to be talking about that for the next 45 minutes or so. Today, you will have heard about the various work we're doing in the lab to enable the safe development and deployment of AI in our health and social care. That will be through the NHS AI Award, the work with the regulatory bodies, and the buyer's guide that my colleague Nina just discussed. And after this session, if you hang around, you'll be able to listen to my colleague Brummy, who's the head of AI research and ethics, and some of the work that she's doing. I'm going to spend the next few moments to give you a flavor of the work that we have done during the COVID pandemic, and specifically looking at the COVID chest imaging database. And then I'm going to introduce some of the most amazing people I personally have had the opportunity to work with over the last couple of months, and also look at some of the work that we're looking to do through the NHS AI Lab and the work around imaging. There will be time for Q&A. If you do have questions, feel free to put them into the chat as we're talking, and we'll attempt to pick them up as we go along. This is the first of many conversations that we'd like to have with you, so please bear with us, and we'll try to get back to you all individually. So at the start of the year, if you can remember as far back as then, we faced the biggest challenge that many of us have ever had. The pandemic has impacted all of our lives. Intrinsic to this is chest imaging, as the disease impacts the lungs. The only way to support this was through a national COVID chest imaging database. This has currently never been done before, and over the previous 3 to 4 months, the team and I have brought together all partners to build a national imaging database and the ability to then collect and link data sets. This morning, you will have heard from the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Matt Hancock, and he addressed 3 key areas. 1, we need to improve the access of high quality data for improving lives. 2, support research objectives. And number 3, which we'll talk about now, is making sure that we have better integration with the national health system and supporting innovators and entrepreneurs who can spot opportunities to improve and save lives. So before I introduce the panel, let me discuss with you what NCCID is. Now you'll have to bear with me, it's a long acronym, and we were not as creative on the acronym, but bear with us. It basically stands for the National COVID Chest Imaging Database, and it is a centralized UK database containing X-ray, CT, and MRI images from hospitals and patients across the country. It started out as an initiative, a joint initiative with NHSX and colleagues we've got today on the session from the British Society of Thoracic Imaging, BSTI, the Royal Surrey NHS Foundation Trust, and the AI Lab Strategic Partner Faculty. All of whom I want to say thank you to for working tirelessly over the last number of months to do work that would normally take 3 to 4 times as long. I would also like to take this time to give thanks to the many others who've been involved in this project through the Royal Colleges, HDR UK, research nurses, and radiology departments up and down the country. There's also been excellent collaboration with UKRI initiatives, the Centres of Excellence, and I personally want to say thanks to Emily Jefferson and Claire Bloomfield, who've been instrumental in enabling some of this work. At the start of the pandemic, what we saw was fragmented data sets of COVID chest images, and researchers and companies were starting to use these. These companies and researchers who've been working on medical images for quite a long time to determine the type, severity, and progression of any specific disease decided that they were going to pivot some of their activities to come and help us. But what they were struggling with was being able to access quality data sets that were representative of the UK population. This is where we have built out the National COVID Chest Imaging Database. And I would like to offer the opportunity for those of you who are not already working with us, if you're working in an organization, in an NHS trust, please do connect with us. Our contact details are on the NHSX website, where you can work with us to share your data with us. But also, if you are an innovator and you want to apply for access, we have a process where you can come and work with us on this as well. We also have access on our GitHub if you're interested in some of the code that we're using. I think it's quite important to say that over the last 3 months, we've collected data from 18 NHS trusts, which is representative of about 84 individual organizations, over 32,000 images, and I think quite excitingly, over 8 approved data users with access to this training data. We also have ongoing work with linkages to programs of work like ISARIC, and we also have been given the green light to work with the Scottish PACS system as well, and colleagues across NHS England and Improvement. I'm going to leave it to Mark and Joe to talk a little bit more about the work that we're doing and how we do this, and the work of onboarding organizations on a regular basis. But also, I think what this has really reinforced, specifically for me and the rest of the team, that it's really important for us to work collaboratively and at scale. It means that we can get things done quicker And we also have an amazing feedback loop to make sure that we've got the right processes in place. As part of the lab's mission, we're going to spend the next couple of months, as Indra mentioned in one of her sessions this morning, that we're going to spend some time looking at the discovery of how can we support the imaging community and expand on the existing work we've done during COVID. How can we help the innovation journey from the idea concept right through to the ultimate deployment? Working with our partners and colleagues across the board to address some of these big issues that have been discussed throughout the multiple sessions, including things like contracting and the value of data. So I welcome you to be involved in these conversations. This is an ongoing conversation. Many of you have been having them for many, many years. And we want you to come and join us on this journey. And the contact details of how to do that will be on our NHSX website as well. And that's part of the ongoing building of a community so that we're constantly listening to you. As we all know, we need to have good, qualitative, representative data. And we also need to be able to provide secure, safe, accessible access to that data. And these are the type of things that we want to build out. We also need to make sure that we have the ability to validate independently whether an algorithm does what it says on the tin. And that's what we've built this database for. We're keeping a high percentage of the database back so that we can test these models independently. We also want to make sure that we address the holy grail of innovation, which is how do we get these models back into the clinical setting and out of the academic work so that it's helpful and supportive to the clinicians and we're solving the problems that they need to be addressed today. I have nothing else to add at this point other than this is a start of a conversation. I have the privilege of working alongside these colleagues, and I'm sure you'll have many questions for them. I'm going to introduce the panel now, which is Dr. Joseph Jacob, who's Clinical Research Career Development Fellow of the Wellcome Trust at UCL. He's also an honorary consultant radiologist at UCLH. He's the research lead at the British Society of Thoracic Imaging and also our clinical lead within NCCID. Mark Hallings-Brown, Head of Scientific Computing, Royal Surrey County NHS Foundation Trust, and he's also a visiting professor for the Centre for Vision, Speech and Signal Processing, University of Surrey. I also one of my people I really like working with is Professor Erica Denton, who's done quite a lot of work for the healthcare system over the last number of decades, specifically looking at medical imaging. She's the medical director and honorary professor of radiology at Radiology Norfolk and Norwich University Hospital. And she's also our current national advisor for imaging, NHS Improvement, and NHS England. I'm looking forward to hearing what Erica's got to say about where we can add value. And then last but definitely not least, Rizwan Malik, who is the Divisional Medical Director for Diagnostics at Bolton NHS Foundation Trust, who I would like to have a conversation about how he implemented an AI technology during the pandemic. So without further ado, I want to open up a conversation to the panel. And in the first instance, maybe have a little bit of a conversation about what are some of the lessons and how we went about setting up the COVID chest imaging database, specifically things around IG, data collection, infrastructure, and how we went about collecting data. Maybe that's to start off with Joe and Mark, if you want to come in, talk about that.
Thank you very much, Dom, and welcome everybody to this interesting session where we really try and tell you what we've been doing for the past 6 months in relation to the COVID pandemic. The scale of what we try to achieve is something I think the NHS has long planned, but never really been able to do across so many different hospital sites in the country. And it was only really enabled by the COPI notice, which was a notice that allowed confidential patient data to be collected for a public health reason, such as the pandemic. So the COPI notice allowed us to start setting up this database. And this is a research database. So we applied for Research Ethic Committee approval and HRA approval. And once that was granted, we were allowed to start contacting sites to collect this data. We had a data protection impact assessment that we kept in-house, which was really our form of identifying what processes we put in place to collect the data. And then with every site that we were interested in working with, we sent them a data sharing agreement, which they electronically signed and then sent back to us. The COPI notice didn't extend to Scotland. That has a separate regulatory framework. So for Scottish data, we've undergone the PBPB application process, which is a public benefit and privacy panel health and social care document. So that allows us to keep the data for 18 months within NCCID, whereas the COPI notice allows us to keep it for the duration of the COPI notice, which at present expires at the end of March 2021. There's a huge amount of work that's gone into creating this database. For the HRA, we had to give a very detailed protocol that stipulates exactly what we're doing with the data and how the data flows between sites. So that's really been faculty, NHSX and Mark, who've put a huge amount of work and effort into creating this database, which has allowed, as Dom has said, 80 hospitals to contribute data at the moment, with other sites such as the entirety of Scotland contributing in the next month or so. Sure. Yeah. Go on, Mark. Did you want to
move on to just giving some details about our data collection infrastructure we put in place? So in interest of time, I'll try and be quite rapid with this. I think it's worth starting off with the requirements, though, that we had at the time. It was quite a difficult time to start such a process back in March, which seems such a long time ago now. And quite a lot of the requirements were quite a tough ask. We needed to, given that it was a national ambition, we wanted to ensure we didn't have to install any technology at any of the hospitals we want to be collecting from. So we needed to use existing technologies. We wanted to make sure that everything we put in place was as available as possible to ensure that we don't exclude any contributions due to technical issues, and allowing us to ensure that the data set is as representative as possible. We needed to enable the collection of both images and clinical data, so that's two separate data collection pipelines. We needed to de-identify the data in a consistent manner, so we wanted to avoid de-identification at the host trust themselves, but instead centralize that. We needed to have pseudonyms inserted via the two different pipelines in such a way that we're able to link our images and data together, but also to allow the future linking of the data to other data sets, other national data sets. And we had to allow for the lack of consistent use of the NHS number in radiology, which is typical as well, which is something we had to overcome. We also had to allow the filtering of the data as it arrived to ensure we didn't receive anything we shouldn't be receiving. So filtering out radiology reports, screenshots, derived data that might contain sensitive information, and also filtering out body parts that we shouldn't have been receiving. This is a chest database, not a foot database, so we need to make sure we filter those out as well. And then finally, actually removing burnt-in data that may be present on lots of portable chest x-rays. That needed to be an automated process given the size of the team and the scale we were looking to operate and the speed at which we wanted to set it up. And then the final step was the transfer of the data from the collection processes up to the NHS England data warehouse, where it's then subsequently shared with the third parties themselves. So there's quite a long list of technical requirements that were a real challenge, I would say. So the solutions we put in place are relatively simple. So for the clinical data, we distribute a template to the host trusts that collect the data for us, and they submit that on a regular basis via a secure web portal hosted at the Royal Surrey with site authentication and client-side de-identification. The images are collected, as I said, through existing technology. So we utilize the image exchange portal for that purposes. It was something we could get up and running instantly because all the hospitals already had it. Sites were familiar with its use. There was no setup, no firewall changes, all those sorts of issues were avoided. And an IEP provided by Sector were kind enough to allow the automated insertion of the NHS numbers from the transaction form into the images as they flowed through the network, which overcame the issue of the lack of NHS numbers being present to typical radiology departments. When they go through the IEP and arrive at the Royal Surrey dedicated IEP node, we deploy what we at Royal Surrey refer to as our smart box, which is basically a kind of configurable rule-based DICOM router, which knows how to de-identify images based on rules configured for that particular trial. So it filters out undesirable images and does the things I described above in the requirements. The pseudonymization was vital that we were able to link across our data sets and the different collection pipelines. So we utilized NHS number and CHI numbers were encoded using hashing and complex salts, which allow the same one-way pseudonym generation and linking between the sets. The transfer process from the Royal Surrey up to NHS England is another kind of set of pipelines that take place which run additional checks on the data and images, including a final visual inspection of all of the images that have not been automatically flagged. So for that, we had to develop very quickly a rapid visualization tool to allow us to inspect these images at speed. So as I mentioned, we were developing this at speed. So I guess maybe in retrospect, some of the decisions we made might be different. So I think one of those is the provision of more automation, because some trusts might struggle with the kind of overhead of submitting this data via IEP. And in other trials that Royal Surrey involved with, we have deployed our smart box in such a manner that it sits at the host trust themselves, extracts the data and automatically de-identifies and pushes it up to a central location. So basically kind of encompassing the data flow I've just described, but all in one box at the trust. So that's something we are now offering out to trust to be able to make the collection process a lot smoother and speed that up at the trust. And as mentioned, we're linking with other initiatives. One of those key initiatives is being ISRIC. So at certain sites where ISRIC is involved, then we can, our links with ISRIC will reduce the burden of that site to have to collect any clinical data points by negating the need to collect those data points for the patients submitted in the ISRIC database. So yeah, it was a fast moving setup, but we learned a lot along the way, I think, and it was great to be involved with.
That's really helpful, Mark. And I think that's a really nice segue to say, you know, if you are working in a trust and you're a radiologist and your organization is not on the list of organizations we're working with, please do connect with us, and we'd like to find a mechanism that's helpful for you, ideally with zero burden, ideally automated, so that we can work and collaborate together. So you talked a little bit about the linkages. Is there anything else that's worth talking about in terms of the clinical data sets and the value on that? I think there's a comment on, are these images annotated by clinicians? Maybe we can come to some of those kind of more technical pieces that would be helpful.
So one thing I can say is that when we set up this database, it was in the middle of the pandemic, using the knowledge we had at the time, which was that COVID was a lung disease. And as things have progressed, we've realized that it's actually a multi-system disease. And there are certain aspects of clinical data that we didn't collect in the beginning that we realized are becoming more and more important, such as patient's ethnicity. So one thing I'm really proud of is that a lot of this database collection was facilitated by radiologists, chest radiologists across the UK through the medium of the British Society of Thoracic Imaging. So it's something that the chest radiologists have really contributed to strongly. But at the time of the pandemic, resources were really at a minimum. So the clinical data sets we identified as being important had to be pragmatic and limited. And that's why now we're linking, to avoid reduplication, to larger databases which were pandemic specific, such as ISRIC. Also realizing that ethnicity is such an important factor in COVID outcomes, we've linked to the NHS segmentation data, which allows us to pull in ethnicity data for all the patients that we've collected data for. And now we're having further conversations with other groups, such as HDR UK, to see how we can best characterize the patients for whom we've collected a very bespoke, comprehensive imaging data set, but linked to omics, electronic health records, to maximize the information we can get. In relation to the specific question, are these images annotated by clinicians? We've got a field in our clinical data that asks for the disease severity measure on each chest x-ray and asks for the chest x-rays to be scored according to the British Society of Thoracic Imaging guidelines for COVID chest x-ray reporting. So those two fields are there, but the images physically aren't annotated. There was just no time during the pandemic for that kind of resource to be put to this, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, Joseph and Mark. I think that's a really good highlight to the work that we're doing. And I think it really plays to the strengths of making stuff happen quite quickly. And I think, you know, we have an opportunity over the next couple of months to think about this in long-term pieces about imaging and the types of data that we're collecting that's useful for building algorithms as well. It ties quite nicely into the next bit. I would like to kind of open up a conversation on really around the COVID chest imaging database and the processes for companies to get access to that data, but also have a look at what we mean by validation and why that's very important. So I'd just like to open that up for a discussion point as well.
So I'll say that one of the key aspects that we've tried to ensure is that the data used for training is separate to the data used for validation. So right from the outset, we've kept data separate. And we've tried to ensure that data that's being put into the validation data set isn't being used in other instances for validation by companies themselves. I think having the other aspect we haven't mentioned is we're also collecting data on patients who didn't have COVID, so who are repeatedly swab negative. So we have a control population that the AI algorithms can train against compared to the COVID positive patients. And the last thing to say is, if you see abnormalities on a chest x-ray or a CT in a patient with COVID, you may not know how much damage pre-existed on that patient's lungs from other diseases, from smoking, other factors such as that. So we've also ensured that for any COVID positive patient, we've collected 3 years worth of old historic chest imaging, just so we know what their initial baseline lung disease status was. And then we can identify how much of the longitudinal or long-standing disease sometime after COVID has disappeared is related to COVID itself as opposed to pre-existing conditions.
So what I'd say, Dom, was that this your question segues into something you said at the outset. From my experience, what I found was that when the pandemic struck, we had a few things that all happened very rapidly around the same time. NHS was building up this national image database, as Joe and Mark very nicely outlined to us. The BSTI mobilized, and from the point of view of a chest radiologist or chest interested radiologist, it was incredibly helpful. The kind of work that Sam and Arjun put out, really giving us all these teaching points and collating that for us to tap into, to give the country a way of analyzing this. So putting those together was one aspect, but the third bit was anyone in the country who had any sort of AI interest was basically being bombarded. Let's be kind, and I think in most cases it was absolutely just with a desire to want to help in some way, shape or form. But I remember distinctly that there was one particular week where I think I had something like 46 messages of some shape or form. And they all took a really similar example. We've designed this, we want to give it to you. Will you deploy a trust? Some of it was, as I said, that because they genuinely thought it would be helpful. In other ways, it was effectively a disguised, we want your data, can we have it, please? And I think the point to make here is that if you weren't inclined to have some grounding in looking at AI companies and AI tech, some of the presentations were really very slick. Some of the ideas are actually very cool as well. But when you scratch very quickly beneath the surface, you find that they'd been trained on what, 10, 20, 50, 100 chest x-rays, and that isn't the kind of thing which you at all could deploy in a live environment for patient care. And so in that case, it was very nice to be able to, again, redirect these companies towards this developing database. So what we've got is the other aspects, I think, in the UK, and I think something which the NHS is getting better at, but hasn't been so far, is this view that if it hasn't happened on these shores, it either doesn't exist or it must be rubbish, otherwise we'd have known about it, right? And so we've got, on the one hand, some very niche small companies who just don't have the resources to tap into imaging to develop what are very, very cool ideas. And at the other end, we've got some internationally deployed mature products who want to come to this country, and yet the questions we get asked is, well, where else in the UK have we deployed it? How do we know it's relevant to what we want to do? And I think from the validation point of view, that's an entirely reasonable question to get some assurance on localization. And arranging some commercials from both ends, I think, will give us a little bit more confidence to be able to help increase the uptake of artificial intelligence solutions in this country, because I think those 2 points were a hindrance. So I'll pause there from this point of view.
I think that's brilliant. Thanks very much, Rizwan. I echo what you say. At the start of this, there was a volume, a tsunami of companies and people who were promising the panacea to all our problems. And I think, anybody that's played with any types of data sets knows that there's a process. We do have a robust process in this country about how we make sure that things are safe for deployment, and that's what we're here for. And it ties quite nicely into why we would go about validating independently algorithms. I don't know if anybody else wants to come in at this point. Maybe Erica, maybe you want to come in at this point.
So I think this has proved that we can do this. We can do it at pace and in a responsive, agile way, and that a national infrastructure is a hugely helpful thing when it comes to looking at databases of any type, but particularly in radiology and imaging databases. It's been a huge pleasure to work with the team and to see how this has evolved. And I think our experiences over COVID have catalysed us into being in a very different place in terms of our use of the AI lab and our engagement with the whole wider imaging community and artificial intelligence scientists and all of those geeky people who spend their time looking at data sets and trying to get things to do things differently. It's been music to my ears because I was responsible for the original National PACS programme, when we couldn't create an ability to access data sets across the system, and it always felt as if that had been a mistake, to be honest. At the time, the technology wasn't really there. We've now proved we can. And I think this has formed the building blocks for us to do things in a better way now. We can now coordinate guidance for governance, guidance on implementation and procurement of AI technology. And the way that we can do that from this experience has been accelerated because of the pandemic. And it is one of the good things that's come out of this time. I think as we move forward, the important thing is that we provide for radiologists, radiology departments, those who are interested as scientists, a platform and a suite of tools that will enable them to assess whether something is good and how we can then put something into an implementation process. The challenge for all of us is, as you've already heard, we get bombarded. I must get dozens of emails a week asking me if I could have a look at an individual artificial intelligence thing that would help me with a bit of my CT work list or a bit of chest x-rays, etc. And we now need to build on the experience we've had with this data set and put it to really good use. And I think that's what we're doing. And I think having this embedded with a national infrastructure is going to be vital for that. And I thank you, Dom, for you and your team for your work on this. I think it's really important.
Thank you, Erica. That's a lovely endorsement. And I think, you know, this is an ongoing feedback learning loop. And there's a comment here about, you know, the clinicians and innovators that are on this session. How can they come and help us? I think there are two bits on this. One, come and help, you know, have a look at the data, go and get data access to it. Come and join our community. Today, you'll have heard the announcement that we have got some platforms called the Future NHS website where you can come and collaborate with us. This is an ongoing conversation. We want to spend the next 3 to 4 months spending more time in the discovery of what this would look like and how do we as the AI lab add value. At the start of this, I announced that, you know, data is the key piece to this, but then you talk about the adoption piece. And I know, Rizwan, we've had many conversations about this. Like, it's not, you know, getting the tech that this is safe to use is one thing, but then ultimately deploying it into a clinical setting that makes sense is also ultimately the hardest bit to do. And I think at an industrial scale as well is the other challenge. How do we do this at scale that's useful, and goes into things like localization and you know, making sure that it works in a local trust. Does anybody want to come in on any other comments on that?
If I may, and actually it probably also answer in part the last question about the potential to collaborate with other initiatives overseas. I just wanted to make one point. So we're a district general hospital, and I say that with some pride. We're not a global digital exemplar. We're not a lofty London teaching hospital. And that's important. Why? Because we had a lot of engagement with NHSX, and we had a lot of discussion, learning from our point of view, and also taking advice to be able to grow what we did. So we didn't set out in principle to deploy what we did for the sake of doing AI, but what we had was, because we were being bombarded to have a look at these things, it just allowed us to think about, if we were, what would be a safe way to do it? What would be the problem that we wanted to solve? And I think that's the crux of it. So we've collaborated with an Indian company, Cure, as it happens. But the reason we touched them with a barge pole was because they were using a solution that they'd spun up and deployed in Italy. So again, it felt more safe and more confident because it was a European Caucasian setting rather than TB out in the far-flung parts of the world. But now having the fact that even using them in a hospital setting, we can point them towards the national database and say, do you know what? Get rid of the final bits of any questions and go and validate from that point of view. And I think that's just it. This database will give opportunity, because the NHS has really been seen in the UK as a slippery sphere to try and get any traction from. It's been really hard to get engagement. And this will allow a platform to some of the best from around the world to be able to help us, because ultimately the aim is to be able to put the best solutions that are available for the good of patient care in the country, and that's the aim that we're all after.
Thank you.
If I could address the last question that's just been asked, the question was saying it's great to see an independent test sets partition and that we're looking at longitudinal data. The way we're trying to answer the evolution of COVID in patients over time is by ensuring that the same mechanisms that have been used in NCCID are being used in the national COVID follow-up study. The FOSS COVID study, being led out of Leicester, is an £8.5 million UKRI study that's following up hospitalised patients following discharge with COVID to see what consequences they have for all sorts of health metrics, only one of which is lung disease. But we're making sure that the same pipelines for imaging data are collected from hospitals through Royal Surrey and then housed in NCME. And that imaging data can then be analysed, and we can track the patients by linking NCCID with FOSS COVID and ISRIC. We can track the same patients over time and theoretically see what their lungs look like before they had COVID, how their lungs were affected by COVID, and what effects COVID has had on their lungs going forward. So that is going to be incredibly valuable. And I think it's one of the things the NHS really excels at. In many other countries, you don't have this kind of system where the patient can be followed in their entirety.
Thank you. I'm conscious we've got 10 minutes left, and I think this was a really nice start of an ongoing conversation to open up to all you people who are doing innovation and are working at the front line of this pandemic. And this is the start of an ongoing conversation about how do we add value in the medical imaging space, not just on the diagnostic piece, but across it. Like, how do we add value into that clinical pathway to use algorithms that are safe? And I think, you know, we want to keep that conversation alive with you. So please do connect with us, the Future NHS website, and you can contact us all directly. I think we're all amenable people to have conversations with. Imaging at nhsx.nhs.uk is also our email address if you want to contact us as well. But in the last few minutes, if there's any other questions anybody wants to come and ask us, I want to open it up just to the panel really to add any other comments about, you know, evaluation, any other technical bits, lessons learned. How do you get the rest of the clinicians on board? How do we think about this going forward? And just really open up a generic question really, and if anybody's got any comments.
So I'd go back to some of how we did and what we did really, in that the important starting point was, if your first question is, how can I use AI? That's the wrong starting point. The first one should be, what is a problem that I want to solve? And then see if there are any tools that can do it. I know we're predominantly talking about the imaging database, but the other thing which I really want to talk, at least in passing about, is the buyer's guide to AI, because that was constructed really with these kind of experiences in mind, to ask the kind of, what we tried to do is share our learning, the kind of questions and concerns that we had, and consolidate them. And it was actually quite reassuring to find some comments in social media, which people who may perhaps have been rather nervous with, well, we don't want to set a precedent, we don't want to not ask the right questions, and just to give them a framework and to make this not the preserve of the geeky and the few, but to federate the uptake and usage of artificial intelligence within the NHS. And really, I guess, if it would be, what is the purpose of the AI lab in part? One of it is to be the trusted friend. Come with the questions that can assure you, and we would then have to put the structures in place to give that assurance.
Thank you. I think, yeah, the buyer's guide is absolutely part of that. And I think during the pandemic, we saw a lot of commissioners anxious about using algorithms, and rightly so. And I think that kind of addresses filtering out the types of, so if you're a company, you can obviously reverse engineer some of that buyer's guide, but you know, we want to make sure that people are following the rules that are set in place for the safe use of AI. Did anybody else want to come in the last few moments at all, talking about past experience and how we do some of this work?
I might add one last thing, which is that we needed to be incredibly maneuverable during the course of the setup of this. If we were going forward and looking to create a national database for another disease, I think it'd be a lot more structured because we would know about that disease. One example that was a lesson learned for us was, in the beginning, when we collected the data, we thought this was not a disease that really affected children. And so we did not collect any data on children under the age of 11. For example, there was one patient in the whole of the UK who was 5 years old who was known to have died of COVID. And had that patient appeared in our database, they would have been identifiable. So we took the decision to not include any patient data for patients under the age of 11, so no one was identifiable. But of course, this thing evolved so quickly, and very soon children were being affected and being hospitalized around the country. And pediatricians from around the country wrote to us and said, please, can you start including children in your database? So we've got lots of checks and stops in the database before any data goes out to make sure that everything's safe and secure and non-identifiable. But this was a big lesson that we learned during the course of the pandemic that meant we had to pivot completely, which was not a small thing to do, but just speaks to the flexibility of the team that worked on this.
Thank you. Yes, you're bringing back memories to me. That feels like it was a lifetime ago. But yes, and I think that's one of the key things we want to do is make sure that we're collaborative and listening to the things that people need. I know, Mark, you've been working diligently getting that database up and running as well. So thank you so much. Does anybody else want this? We've got about 5 minutes, and I kind of want to open it up to, is any other comments or lessons learned that you think is worth us as NHSX and the AI Lab considering? We've talked a lot about the data pipelines, how we think about, I think we haven't explicitly said it, but how do we develop out the right training research environments so that we can give access safely, so that we can audit the use of the data and where it's being used? How do we make sure that those data sets are kept back for independent validation? And then ultimately, how do we think about deploying back into the viewer, really, so that Rizwan and others can ultimately use your technologies appropriately?
I'd quite like to add a quick comment about the validation data set that NCCID very cleverly thought at the very start to put aside, and that was a really great decision, which was formed on lots of the group's experience on previous about the validation of AI tools from other disciplines. And so having a very large independent validation set, which is completely unseen, is something that we started from the very start to build up. And we have basically almost 50% of our data goes into the validation data set, which is a very large number. The reason it's so large is that because we can't predict exactly the intended stated uses of these algorithms, we need to ensure that we can sample from this validation data set. So it's not just a single data set for one purpose, it's a large enough data set that we can sample and ensure we have fully representative data sets for the various different intended uses. So making sure we know the ethnicity, equipments, models, techniques, protocols, and we can allow for the variability of those across the country. Hence the national nature of this being very important. But it's also important that the validation set is large enough that we can power sub-analysis as well. So we have enriched data sets which can be used to look at secondary objectives in the validation exercises. And that's quite a challenge in itself, because it really means the data needs to be massive, really, really very large. And so that's something we're continually working on, is trying to expand the number of sites we're collecting from, not only to supplement the training data set to enable development, but to ensure the validation set is large enough to be representative for all the various tasks.
I think that's a really important point there, because in many ways, one sort of take home that we've had is, I hate to say it, but finding and deploying the solution was almost the easy bit. The hardest bit was, well, what now then? We've deployed it empirically, anecdotally, we think is great. Clinicians think it's great. How do you demonstrate that? How do you evaluate it? And that's again where having the dialogue with the central agencies and with NHS AILabs is incredibly useful. And certainly we've benefited from hand-holding and would, but from the commercial point of view as well, it's incredibly important to have that validation data set as well, not just to prove it goes in, but it, as Mark just said, does it meet the use case that you've purported to deploy it towards?
Thank you. I have nothing else to add on this. If anybody else has got anything else to say at this point. Anybody else like to wrap up in the last few seconds? Everybody's very shy. It's getting a group of people together to talk about imaging.
I'm never shy, Dom. Yeah, it has to be said. I'd just like to say thank you. I think this has been a really good conversation. I don't know, because I forgot to ask. I'm hoping this is going to be available for people to view afterwards and enter into a dialogue with us. And I would add that I think everybody involved in this space is right up for being contacted, so that we can continue a really agile conversation and we can grow our experience and our capability. The NHS is uniquely placed to be a world leader in artificial intelligence in healthcare, and particularly in radiology, and we really need to motor to make us that. And we can get distracted with the day job quite often. This gives us the opportunity to do something that will make the day job better next year.
Thank you so much. Joe?
I'd just like to echo what Erica said earlier. You know, we learned so much from NCCID, but we've shown that we can collect this kind of data for diseases from a radiological point of view already. So I think that's what gets me really excited, because, okay, the COPE notice, and that was one of the questions, it did allow us to speed this up. But we can do this for other diseases. So that's kind of where I see this kind of the NCCID really fitting into the annals of radiology going forward.
Thank you so much. And that brings us exactly to time. So look, thank you so much, panelists, for joining me on this session. I also want to thank everybody that has been involved in this journey and those who are going to come and join us on this. We have lots to learn together. We have no intention of duplicating effort. We want to collaborate with you at scale if possible, and I look forward to doing that with you. However, now I have the absolute privilege of inviting my colleague, Brahmi Balarama, who's going to discuss the enabling AI and data-driven technologies for our underserved communities. I think it's a very topical and timely conversation and ties in quite nicely to some of the work we're doing around our data set. So over to you, Brahmi. Thank you.
Thanks, Dom. Do we have everyone with us? Great, that's everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I've really been looking forward to today's discussion. I'm just going to start with a round of intros. I'm Brahmi Balaram. I'm the head of AI research and ethics at the NHS AILab. Here with me today, we have Peju Oshisanya, the clinical program director of Benevolent AI. Benevolent AI is a company that applies AI, machine learning, and other advanced technologies to drive drug discovery and development. We have Natalie Banner, the Understanding Patient Data lead at the Wellcome Trust. Understanding patient data supports conversations about how data collected from health records can be used to improve care and enable research. We also have Jenny Brennan, a researcher at the Ada Lovelace Institute. The Ada Lovelace Institute is an independent research and deliberative body with a mission to ensure data and AI work for people and society. And finally, we have Sobia Raza, a senior fellow at the Health Foundation. The Health Foundation is an independent charity committed to bringing about better health and healthcare for people in the UK. So today we're here to discuss how we can enable AI and data-driven technologies for underserved communities. This is in recognition that there are existing health inequalities that AI has the potential to either widen or help close. However, the risk of widening inequalities is a very real one, given concerns about algorithmic bias, for example. With my first question to the panel today, I'd like them to expand on this risk so we can all better understand what's at stake here. So my question is, how can AI deepen health inequalities, and what are some examples of this risk? Peju, can we start with you?
Okay, thank you. So from my perspective, we all know that AI is 100% data-driven. And the product that comes out from an AI innovation is really dependent on the data that has been used to, train the models and get to that product. But then if you don't have access to diverse sets of data sets to train your models and end up with your AI product, what that means is that in the end, that product will only be applicable to the population that you've trained that product in. And if you're talking about physical products, something you can buy off the shelf and put in your sitting room or for cosmetics or whatever, it's not too bad, right? You can always catch up. But when you talk about health and medicines curing diseases, then the concern is real, because what that could mean, especially in the era of precision medicine, is that we'll come up with new cures for diseases, and those medicines probably wouldn't work for everybody. Now, it is a known fact that in biomedical research, a lot of the clinical trials, human investigations are done in a small subset of the global population, driven by, a lot of male participate in trials. Those male tends to be people of Western ancestry in good, strong economies. And there's that assumption that the scientific data generated through that means can be extrapolated to all, which means that, women miss out, and we have examples of where medicines have gone onto the market and, adverse risks and effects were observed in women just because, it was marketed at the wrong dose level. Then we look at other, underrepresented population in research, people of different ethnicities, people with disability, elderly, people with, you name it, you know. The research environment, it does not at the moment lend itself well to generating diverse enough data. And without that, we can't really see that improvement of utilization of diverse data in AI in health.
Great, thank you for that. That was really informative. Natalie, can we go to you now?
Thanks very much indeed, Brimi. And yeah, I kind of want to pick up from what Paige was saying and focus on that kind of upstream aspect of AI, because I think sometimes we can just look at the kind of products and the outcomes, but you know, as Paige says, the data that goes into developing and training AI tools and products is absolutely critical. Those tools will only ever be as good as the data that goes into them, and the values and the priorities of those collecting the data and those designing the algorithms. There's countless examples in the health space and beyond of products that are inadvertently, unintentionally harmful to one group or another. The most common being the kind of accidentally racist algorithm. And there's been a lot of furore on Twitter recently about their image cropping algorithm. In terms of data quality, let's take the example of electronic health records that form the basis of a large chunk of our understanding on population health. A recent open safety study that was exploring ethnic disparities in COVID-19 risk. Around 26% of the records that they used did not have data recording or ethnicity. So, we've got what appears to be quite a crucial feature of risk. We do not have good data on this. This data isn't even being collected in the first place, which is a problem in and of itself. But more importantly than that, if we're talking about the development of AI tools, if you're moving from descriptive statistics, describing, okay, there is a higher risk of, say, COVID morbidity or mortality if you're from a Black and minority ethnic background, if you're shifting from that just description to then developing a tool that is going to predict risk, that's going to guide triage or decisions about treatment, or to allocate resources, you are then assuming that you're factoring in all of the data that's relevant to that decision within the algorithm. And I think that's where we have a real risk of making inequalities worse and not better. Because frankly, there's more to what counts than what is counted in health record data, for example. So tools that might be built off the back of what we can gain from health record data can say nothing of socio-demographic factors, pollution, the psychological stresses of structural racism as kind of risk factors, but they can't say anything either about support networks, community, access to green spaces, and what that means in terms of protective factors. And I think sometimes AI tools and products can really obscure this, the sort of limitations of the data that we use, by giving this illusion of objectivity and certainty, where essentially what you end up with is a kind of a simple dashboard approach to what are often complex, knotty, deeply human problems at their heart. So I think we need some humility about what data can and cannot tell us, and certainly about where those limits lie, if we're going to be considering how AI might actually address inequalities and not just exacerbate them in the longer term. Thanks.
Thanks, Natalie. Jenny, can we hear from you, please?
Yes, and I'd love to pick up on that theme of not only can we see maybe the amplification and acceleration and entrenchment of existing health inequalities, but we can also see kind of new or subtle sources of inequality through the limitations that you might see in data gathering and new kinds of problems that you might introduce. So thinking about kind of machine learning models, there's often issues of generalizability, and this can obviously affect the challenges that we have of very limited data sets or underrepresentative data sets. And we can see problems around things like overfitting or simply picking up on the wrong thing, and that could have new systematic effects that we've not necessarily seen before. So for instance, there was a US study that showed that chest x-ray diagnosis models, the performance of those can potentially be very high when based on one hospital's data, but then degrade in performance across different hospitals. And that can be to do with very subtle things. It might be the machinery that is in use, the way the images are stored, all kinds of things like that. Now, we have the benefit in the UK, obviously, as was mentioned in the previous talk, of things like nationalized data sets, which, like the nationalized COVID chest imaging data set, which attempt to address some of those things. But it's illustrative of the kind of new forms of inequalities that are possible. Maybe it will be regions with particular access to AI expertise, or the availabilities of types of data that see some conditions, areas, or groups become either newly or further underserved. And I think that's that kind of brings a new challenge to addressing health inequalities in AI.
Thanks, Jenny. And finally, Sophia.
Thank you. They're really excellent points, and I'm going to pick up on all of them. I think, as everybody's mentioned, algorithms can reflect bias that already exists within data sets, but I'm going to go more into the fact that they can also reflect bias that exists within society, and we have a risk here to exacerbate existing health disparities for groups that are already underserved. So with respects to data sets and their representations, we know that's one source of bias. And for instance, studies have shown that skin cancer detection algorithms are less accurate when used on darker skin patients, in part because the AI models have been trained on images of lighter skin patients. But when thinking, I mean, there's a whole host of other factors, from the way data are prepared, the way they're combined, but also the assumptions that underpin their design and their implementation, which may or may not take into account the wider systemic issues of inequalities. And I wanted to reflect on a topical example that's sparked interest and debate in the past months around the potential use of AI for informing resource allocation, say intensive care beds or ventilators at critical points in the COVID-19 pandemic. A concern I was reading that's been raised is if these models include on comorbidities that we know are associated with worse outcomes in COVID-19, say hypertension, diabetes, being overweight, it may then perpetuate structural biases that have historically led to disadvantaged groups suffering these comorbidities disproportionately, since we know the prevalence of some of these conditions, such as diabetes, varies by ethnic group, but also by deprivation level. So it's as much a deployment of these algorithms as it is about the design. So depending on how they're applied, how they might be used to inform resource application or triage, there could be harm groups that are already suffering the most from something like COVID-19 because of health inequalities that are rooted in prior systemic societal issues. Stop there.
Thanks, Sophia. Thank you, everyone, for your insightful responses. So my second question here is essentially, what do we do about this problem? How can we move beyond discussions of principles and frameworks to practically mitigate potential risks? How do we now implement ethical approaches for the use of AI? So if we can go in the same order, and Pejri, can you start, please?
Okay, so my thinking on this is there's increased awareness on the issue of, bias in AI and how that can exacerbate inequalities. Now we need to see proactivity from everybody involved across the pipeline, from the generation of data to acquisition of data, building models and products within AI. And my particular focus is in two areas. So I work in clinical research, running human clinical trials. So really advocating for researchers to broaden out inclusion into clinical trials, because without having the data from clinical trials, you can't really feed it into future, AI platforms that might lead to identification of new medicines or, new drug targets. And the reasons why certain people, parts of the population don't take part in research can be quite multifaceted and complex, but it's no reason not to tackle the issue. So that's the first thing. There has to be that proactivity and commitment to generating diverse data sets. On the other hand, because I work for an AI company, I see, AI scientists, data scientists getting excited about, different ideas, different innovations. So I encourage them to ensure that as they are acquiring data, they know how diverse and representative that data set is. And even to that fact, Benevolent AI, we just released an open source tool called the Diversity Analysis Tool, because for any young data scientist who just wants to get their hands on any data set, I think the first key point to say is, what is the demographic information on this data set? Does it align with my vision for my product? Who is it going to benefit? So if I pick on an example that has already been stated on, say, an app for detecting skin cancer. Now, if you've only been able to train your app in a subset of the population and you're happy to do so, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just state it. So when the product is being bought, the label states exactly who the product can be applicable to. So really the main point for me is proactivity. We've done a lot of talking about this. We've seen lots of blogs, reports. Now everybody involved in the chain of events should now focus on making improvements.
Thank you, Peju. And Natalie, can we go to you, please?
Sure. I'm going to go a bit left field here and say I am really wary about the notion of AI and data ethics, because I think, picking up on Paige's point, it can be an excuse to talk a lot and not necessarily do stuff. And I worry that the field of AI ethics, I mean, great as it is as an academic field of, I'm a philosopher by training. I love ethics, but I do worry that it can get a little bit abstract and a little bit too far removed. We need some action. We need really practical things to try and address these challenges and issues, because they are here today. These are not things that are going to be coming down the line in a few years' time. They are real. They're here already. And I do worry that sometimes the sort of AI ethics debate can end up being a little bit too far removed from practical reality. I also think sometimes ethics can be used in a kind of solutionist way. Let's just do some ethics on it. Someone has an ethical answer. Ethics doesn't give you solutions to things. It helps you understand the problems you're trying to address better, but you're not necessarily going to get to a point where you can have a tick box and say, great, this is ethical. So I'd say that in terms of practicalities, we need really concrete things. There needs to be, clearer, more robust regulation. You need to have equality impact assessments, establish standards of good practice, consequence scanning, involvement of diverse groups of people that are going to be affected by the algorithm, as Paige said, and who are going to be, using the products potentially. Embedded and involved from the outset, not just a kind of UX perspective, but like right from the design part of the process. Funding tied to outcomes that explicitly address health inequalities. It feels like we need to get kind of quite concrete and quite tangible on what is expected in terms of addressing health inequalities or ensuring that health inequalities aren't exacerbated. And to my mind, one way to do that is to have less focus on the ethics of it and more just on the really practical steps that need to be taken. Thanks.
Thanks, Natalie. Jenny, can we go to you?
Absolutely. And I think picking up on that idea of the practical steps, one area we've been thinking about quite concretely at ADA is that one of the challenges is that typically a lot of inequalities, particularly when exacerbated by AI systems, are only being identified after the fact, which for patients is going to be too late. And even where steps may have been taken in advance or thought through or plans changed, it's less common for innovators to talk about the tools they didn't deploy, the machine learning model they stopped using or never released. And so this is why we've been thinking a bit more about algorithmic risk assessments, sometimes known as algorithmic impact assessments, as a promising area. So that's thinking about processes that people can participate in advance of deployment and ongoing, that are more holistic, that potentially involve engagement of underserved communities as part of that process, and also involve things like publishing to enable transparency, accountability, and shared learning, even when maybe it didn't go as well as planned or hoped. There's been a lot of attention of this in kind of public sector use of AI contexts. So for instance, in Canadian public service, there is an algorithmic impact assessment for public sector use, but we haven't seen as much translation into healthcare yet. And we're interested in more exploration and trialing of those kinds of approaches to understand how they can generate that behavior change and incorporate more consideration in that development process, which, to Natalie's point, is never going to produce perfect ethical AI, but can at least ensure that we have better considerations in the development process. And it's something we've been exploring at ADA and hopefully are exploring with the NHS AILab too.
Great, thanks, Jenny. And Sophia?
Yeah, I'm going to reflect some of the points that have already been made, but when it comes to the underrepresentativeness of data sets, I think there's many practical steps that have already been mentioned. Careful consideration of the data sets that are being used to train AI, clearer reporting of study populations, better reporting of how those models have been tested, what their intended use is. But thinking beyond just the representativeness of data sets, I think there's scope for careful examination of how wider structural societal biases might become embedded within the data sets or within the design and the implementation of the AI models. I think there's definitely more scope for testing the assumptions that are underpinning AI research, development, the resulting interventions to ensure that they're valid and that they avoid perpetuating inequalities by design. I think there's also need for more careful planning and consideration of the data types, but also the expertise we need to involve when designing AI models to ensure that the outputs are valid, that they avoid masking or overlooking complex factors, I think has been mentioned in the earlier question, that contribute to health inequality, so the wider determinants of health. And then, as Jenny mentioned, forecasting and evaluating the impact of technologies on different populations. But just coming back to the point of different expertise, I think the research community itself should continue to promote and drive diversity within the AI field to ensure that we're obtaining the diverse and relevant insights across the entire pipeline, from the algorithm design to the types of training data sets that are needed to the way the systems are going to be developed, deployed and evaluated. So those risks are identified and mitigated at all of those different stages. There's clearly a lot of work that needs to be done in this space, and I'm really excited that the Health Foundation are exploring how we might work together with the AILab to look at how AI can best support the health needs of Black and minority ethnic communities. I'll stop here, but I think if people are interested, it'd be great to pick up on this discussion.
Great, thank you everyone. So I'm going to paraphrase one of the questions from the Q&A. So essentially, I think this question is really about trade-offs. Is there a trade-off that we're making here in terms of efficiency versus some of these other considerations? How do we manage these different trade-offs more generally? So I'll just leave that question out there for anyone to respond to.
I don't mind picking that one up. Have a first stab at it. I think the question of efficiency is such an interesting one, because you could probably run a very efficient healthcare system by just treating the easy cases, right? You can really cherry pick and say, well, we're gonna be very efficient here by treating all the simple stuff. You create very perverse incentives if you just focus on efficiency. And I think the risk of focusing on that at the expense of, as the question says, going into more depth about maybe basic research and understanding discovering new knowledge about disease and treatments, is that you run the risk of overlooking data that is important that you didn't realize was important. So I definitely say that there absolutely has to be a balance here. Completely understand there are commercial incentives and that there's a need to ensure that money is spent well. But if that comes at the expense of everything else, we're going to generate a health service that might be very streamlined, but just doesn't really work for many people. And that in and of itself is going to be a problem for inequalities.
Yes, definitely. And I'd like to add to that. So inequality in health is real, okay? And, when we think about, coming up with new products, new treatments, as you've said, Natalie, if the focus solely is on speed and efficiency, we would definitely leave people behind. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic in the UK really, for me, has really exposed the underbelly of our healthcare system. And it is very clear that it really doesn't work for everybody. So tackling that challenge is definitely not going to be an easy thing to do. Now, there's a lot of, commitment and drive from various organizations, even at the governmental level, to really start tackling this inequality. And, utilization of AI actually forms an important part of that conversation and leading to action in tackling health inequalities. So there will be no inefficiencies here, as far as I'm concerned, because the work really has to be done. And the work is not going to be straightforward. We will have to, dig in and go that extra mile to pull all of the, aspects of the society and the country together to be included in a healthcare system that works for all.
Thank you both. So we have another question here that I think we have enough time to take. So the question is, how can we ensure clinicians have the skills to be able to identify where use of AI may be widening inequalities for their patients and ensure they are continuing to give as equitable care as possible? Does anyone want to weigh in on this? I think it'd be great if we had somebody with a clinical background. Maybe Peju, because...
Okay. Okay. So I wasn't aware that individual clinicians can actually purchase AI products to utilize in their clinics. You know, I've made an assumption that the procurement system for AI systems being used within the AI actually goes through a central source. So if we assume that, okay, it goes through a central source, I think the procurement process really needs to be robust and strong and fit for purpose. Now, with AI being still in its infancy, there is a lot of excitement in terms of what can be achieved with AI. I mean, the promise it holds is such a motivator for people within the field. And I think that promise sometimes leads to the being carried away and rushing. So, you know, the previous talk talked about, you know, companies suggesting their AI products, but they've only tested it in 10 patients, right? And saying, look, we've done this fancy, you know, new tool and it will tell you X, Y, and Z, but we really haven't trained it in enough, you know, number of people. So I think if the procurement system has a basic requirement for AI products that all of the, you know, suppliers need to comply with, that is going to be, you know, really fantastic. And it really needs to have this equality representation element to it. So if the product is only being tested, say, you know, in one population, and yes, the benefit can be actually immediate on the NHS, then such a supplier should be committed to actually going back to doing further tests and before, you know, updating the product to bring it back into the system with the NHS. So again, bringing any AI system needs to be supported by a robust procurement system that ensures that that product benefits all the patients within the NHS.
Yeah, so I agree with you.
Can I just pick up on that point about procurement from Paige? Sorry, Brittany. It's an interesting point that, from my understanding, quite often the procurement process is very divorced from clinical expertise and clinical processes. If you want to procure something in NHS organisations, it's a financial thing. It's something that goes through that kind of that procurement and finance team side of things, because the focus is very much on value for money and so on. It doesn't necessarily have the input of clinicians and their expertise, nor that of patients and the patients that they're trying to serve. So I think one aspect of trying to ensure, you know, and I take Paige's point, I think it's not down to individual clinicians to be making these decisions necessarily, but as part of a procurement process, bringing that clinical expertise into the fold, and indeed bringing more patient engagement into how those procurement decisions are made, I think could be part of the solution to how to prevent inequalities being exacerbated through procurement of those sorts of tools.
Yes, I agree. I think that the key here is to kind of catch some of these issues early before the product is being used within the NHS, and that's what the NHS AILab is really here to do. And so as part of that, we have a responsible research and innovation program, and its aim is to improve ethical and regulatory assurance for the development and deployment of AI in health and care through research and the trialing of practical interventions. So in the upcoming months, we intend to design in algorithmic impact assessments, which you heard from Jenny about, and launch a research call about how AI can be used to improve Black and minority ethnic health outcomes. So if you're interested in any of these initiatives and want to learn more, please feel free to reach out to me over email. We're also hiring right now, specifically for an analyst on our team who can help us monitor developments in AI and healthcare with ethics in mind. So please feel free to get in touch with me about this role if you're interested. And so with that, I just want to say thank you so much to our wonderful panelists and to everyone that's joined us today. I'm going to now hand over to the director of the AI Lab, Indra.
Brilliant. So thank you so we've got a bit of double echo in the room here. So thank you so much, everybody, and all of our speakers who've joined us today. It's been great. We've had a huge number of viewers, and we've still got a good number going, despite being 4:30 in the afternoon. And so to do some final comments and wrap us up today, I'm going to hand over to Matthew, our CEO at NHSX, who's going to give a bit of an overview around the wider picture as well, because we've had quite a number of comments on the wider digital agenda. So Matthew, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indra. Thank you for joining me. Can you hear me okay? Because I have a slightly dodgy connection today. Is that clear? Excellent. So look, I'm really pleased that we're having this conversation. And if I start with AI in particular and our aspirations here and come on to what we're doing more generally and leave a little time for questions, but I won't take too long because I'm conscious it's been the end of a very productive and intense series of conversations. I mean, as I look at what we're doing collectively inside the NHS, in the health tech sector, in academia on all this, I see the most fabulous momentum and opportunity here to improve patient outcomes, patient safety, the service the NHS gives and that social care gives. And I want to come on to social care. The opportunity is immense, but I also see lots of ways that this can go wrong. I mean, nobody who has any sort of experience of the AI sector can avoid knowing about the risk of under-delivery against enormous promise. It's been the sort of repeated cyclical history of AI, and we need to pace ourselves and make sure we keep the public's trust. And that's really the second worry for me about ways this could go wrong. We need to keep the professions and the public with us, and this is so easily an endeavor which is misrepresented or misunderstood or mischaracterized, that I think we all have our work cut out, not just to do the right thing, to make sure the ethical framework is right, and I'll come on to the regulations, but also to keep the professions and the public with us by constantly explaining and re-explaining what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it's safe and how we're making sure that we're doing it in the right way. So for me, this is about putting in place a series of key building blocks, and this is really what the AI Lab, from my perspective, is all about. There is a regulatory piece, which I shall come on to. There's a scaling and making sure there are effective routes to scaling piece. There is maintaining public and professional clinical support, and there's putting in place the infrastructure and the technical platforms that will allow AI to work and flourish and scale across health and care. And I hope that today's session has given you a good sense that the AI Lab, I mean, under Indra's brilliant leadership, is really on the case on each of these. But it needs to be a continuing conversation. It needs to be an unending piece of work on all these fronts. And I just really want to run through a few of them now, starting with regulation. Because from my perspective, if we get regulation wrong, it can kill our aspirations stone dead. But if we get it right, good, smart regulation can definitely be a friend of innovation. And if we can set the parameters of good practice in the use of AI in health and care, I think it will give both innovators, clinicians, and the public confidence about what's going on. And the converse of that is, for as long as we don't have a sound regulatory base setting those parameters, I think there is an element of confidence that will remain missing, which is why in January I convened the chief executives of all the regulators and government agencies on the pitch here, and there are many, and we agreed that we needed to build that regulatory framework and foundation that the sector has asked for and needs and deserves. And we agreed that we will press on with putting in place those core regulations around how we assess AI in health and care. We agreed we would build the multi-advice regulatory service that I hope you've heard about today, that should make it much easier for innovators in the space to navigate. And all this building on some of the excellent work that Indra and team have done, like the Code of Conduct for data-driven technologies, that give people a bit more confidence that we're doing this in the right way. So there's a big regulatory piece, and we've by no means cracked it, but we are absolutely alive to the importance of it. Secondly is the route to scaling, where, I mean, you'll have heard about the AI awards to 42 different technologies, which is hugely exciting. And for me, as exciting as the awards themselves and the impact I hope they will have on the quick development of a technology and its scaling, is the fact that we'll be doing real world evaluations on them, which again will be, I hope in turn, allow the innovators behind these 42 to scale faster, because they'll have the evidence that they need. And then on the other side of a piece, creating a buyer's guide, so that people can, who aren't necessarily expert in AI but understand its potential use in therapeutically, can buy with confidence. And that comes onto the platforms, because I do want us to get to a point where if you're creating AI systems, there is a route in to health and care that's easier than the incredibly distributed landscape that we have at the moment. And if you are a clinician or a nurse or well, anyone in the health and care system, and you want to deploy an AI technology to help you help your patients, that we've made it as easy as possible, and we don't require people to be AI experts or to jump through any number of regulatory hoops in order to deploy proven technology. So there's work to do. I've been enormously heartened by the AI Lab's creation of the National COVID-19 Chest Imaging Database. For me, it's a really nice example of how we can relatively swiftly and effectively, in a really practical way, provide the framework and the convening and the platform that allows brilliant things to happen. And those brilliant things not by us, but using the platforms and the resource we've created. So if you're a provider, please join the many, many providers who have been putting images into the database. And if you're an innovator, please make use of it. It's a fantastic resource to train and to validate algorithms. I mean, it really brings me on to the last things I wanted to say around AI, which is, I mean, obviously, we're only scratching the surface here. And the opportunities go enormously beyond anything that we're doing at the moment. There are two areas I would like to see us stretch into before too long, more than we are now. One is social care, and the brief of NHSX is emphatically health and care, and the sort of absolute top priority for me and the team for the rest of this financial year is the set of projects we call Joining Up Care, which is precisely to make sure that we bring health and care closer together. So it's making sure the whole country has shared care records. It's putting in place stronger increasing levels of digital maturity in the social care sector, and it's deploying remote monitoring technology that can be used out of formal care settings, so extending care to people's homes and to care homes. The potential for AI in all of this, the potential in AI to help with social care and to increase efficiency, to increase the level of support that we give people in care is absolutely huge. And I hope the next rounds of AI awards will see some brilliant innovation in that space. I'd also like to see us doing what we can in the non-clinical space. There is so much potential health and care to use AI, not just therapeutically, but also to improve the efficiency of backroom operations in any number of ways. I think there's massive opportunities there. So look, I'll stop there. There's lots else I can talk about, but I'm conscious of time, and I'd like to leave a bit of time for any questions. Indra, over to you.
Thank you, Matthew. So we've got no questions in. Your speech was so amazing. Everybody's bowled over.
Or so bland and lacking in substance, or perhaps everyone's just had their fill after a really good set of discussions.
Yeah, so we've got no questions coming in from Andrew, which I think is probably then a great wrap up of the day. So thank you so much, Matthew, for doing that. And thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to AI Med, and thank you to the team in NHSX, to Jen and Anna and co, who've all helped pull this together in quite record-breaking time, actually. So some of the content will be up on our website as we progress over time. You'll also find some more content on the community of practice, which we are launching soon. So do watch out if you want to keep involved. And that just leaves me to say thank you. And I'll hand over to you, Alexis.
Thanks, Indra, Matthew, and everybody for watching today. On behalf of AI Med, we've really enjoyed having you all here. Thanks for attending. We will be sharing further content post-event, but for now, signing off. Thanks very much.